prayer and te reo and
Kei noi tātou, e te atua. Ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri hia mo te kaunihira o te hiku o te ika i te mahi me te ngākau auaha me te whakamahi i ngā pūkenga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me ngā whakataunga kia whakatūria ai te tahi hapuri e matatika ana e tūkotahi ana ka mutu ka whakapiki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe ka hakatau anō i ngā taki o te rohe i runga i te tika me te pono. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Can we just note apologies for lateness for Councillor Foy? And also apologies for, I think, lateness for Te Hiku Community Board Chair Subtitles. I'll move if I could get a second for those. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Atkins. Are there any other apologies or declarations of interest? And declarations of interest can be raised at specific items as well. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. Before we get into our two deputations for today, just a quick few mayoral announcements. I just want to acknowledge the newly appointed external members to our committees. Graham McGlynn has been confirmed as our Te Miro Committee for Assurance, Risk and Finance Chairperson. Graham Naylor has been confirmed as a second independent member for our Te Miro Committee for Assurance, Risk and Finance. And Gordon Shaw has been confirmed as the Deputy Chairperson of our Te Koikoia Committee for Council-controlled organisations. Also note that today on our agenda we've got a change to the terms of reference of our Te Huia Committee for Chief Executive Performance. There is a mistake there. It would be that there will be no external member itself, and noting that our Te Koko Committee for Transport and Infrastructure is still being finalised. Also want to acknowledge and pass on condolences for the loss of two Far Northerners of stature in recent weeks. The first is Papa Waitai Petera of Te Raupoli e Ngāti Kuri, who sat on our joint Te Oneroa Atohe Beach Board Committee representing Te Aupori, who passed away, and also by Shirley Hakaraia, who was a chief negotiator for Māori teachers, who passed as well. E te atua hoatu ki a rawa te okio ki ngā tonutanga, kia whiti ki a rawa te maramatanga. Kutunga kore, eternal rest grant upon them, O Lord, and may perpetual light shine upon them. As a follow-up to our last committee council meeting, our mayor and councillor reports will be published online. I think they actually have been, because I'm going to have a look. So
only some.
Only some, all right. My one was updated, so you can find those there. Also just want to acknowledge our fantastic staff, and I believe we've got a couple of comm staff who are on well-deserved leave following the success of our second ever State of the Far North address just last week. Comms are prepped and ready to go. I believe we'll be getting the full presentation up on our website today. Ka pai reverend, thank you for that. Also acknowledging that in our maramataka today for me is Rako Matohi. That high energy moon is up, and I hope you're feeling it for today's meeting. With that, we'll get into our deputation. Our first deputation is Tyrone Biddle, who I believe is online, who will be speaking to the petition to protect our community and tamariki addressing roaming and dangerous dogs. Tēnā koe, Tyrone. Thank you for your deputation to our council. If you'd like to unmute, we will pass over time to you for your deputation today. You have 5 minutes. If there's time within that, then there could be questions from the floor for you. Otherwise, we also have your petition itself to receive in our council agenda today. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koutou, mayoral te whare. Kia ora koutou. Firstly, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to come and kōrero today, and thank you to the Mayor and the Council for allowing this petition and this kaupapa to be tabled here. I'm here as a member of the Ahipara community and also of Te Heku o Te Ika. I'm a ratepayer, but most importantly, I'm a parent. I want my kids and all our tamariki to grow up in a place where they feel safe in their own neighbourhoods. So last month, my whānau witnessed a brutal dog attack directly outside our whare in Ahipara. 5 dogs mauled another dog. All these 6 dogs were roaming the streets. My 4-year-old and 7-year-old saw it all happen. It was brutal, it was vicious. And this isn't a rural setting, e homa. This isn't an isolated area. This is a built-up residential area. And also, these dogs were all known to authorities. Concerns had been raised multiple times, reports had been made, and still, it happened. Nothing further has been done about those dogs. Those dogs are still there. They were just out the other day. I was told that because the owner of the dog that was attacked didn't make a formal complaint, that there was nothing that could be done. From a community perspective, that response removes the mana of the community. It tells us that even when we speak up and follow the right channels, our concerns can be dismissed. Since then, we're all aware that there has been a fatal attack in another northern community of Kaihu. Different location, same pattern. Roaming dogs, prior warning signs, escalating concerns, and intervention occurring only after serious harm has occurred. Just last week in Ahipara here, a person was bitten who was cycling by a roaming dog. In Hauhora, a dog was mauled by 2 other dogs in front of tamariki. This pattern is consistent and it is not isolated. So that is why I'm here today. This petition is not about blame and it's not anti-dog. It's about recognizing the gap between what communities are experiencing and what the system is currently able to respond to. In the far north, we know reporting doesn't always translate into action. People hesitate to report neighbours out of fear or retaliation. Incidents become normalised. Communities quietly adapt their lives and are just like, oh, this is normal now. So they avoid walking, they avoid the streets, they change their routines, they change their routes. They no longer let their kids just go for a bike ride or go to the shop. That shouldn't be the cost of where we live. I've followed the correct processes. I submitted this petition formally. I've followed up multiple times. I've spoken with animal control several times. I've spoken with the media. From a community perspective, when safety concerns disappear into process, it becomes harder for communities to believe that speaking up will actually lead to action. So what I'm asking for is practical, né? Clear tracking of repeat complaints, earlier intervention when patterns emerge, stronger support and clarity for our animal control officers, visible communications so communities know action is being taken. This isn't about perfection. It's about acting early before harm escalates. And also, this isn't just on the council, right? This is mahitahi tātou. We want to work with the council. We understand resourcing pressures and legislative constraints, but when the system doesn't respond, the consequences are far worse for families, for owners, and for the council itself. I was asked recently, what is your role in this? I'm literally just a concerned dad, a dad who doesn't want to explain to his kids why adults saw danger coming and didn't act. This petition represents a community saying, we care, we're paying attention, and we want to be part of the solution. So, I'm asking the council today to treat this petition as an opportunity to rebuild confidence, an opportunity to show leadership, an opportunity to act before tragedy occurs again. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe e te rangatira mihiroi ana ki a koe I waiwahi mai ki te kōrero mai ki a mātou tēnei kāngira. I think I can speak for us all when I say that we are all very moved by your deputation and your frankness to us as well today. This is an item on the table, so we can ask questions of staff at that point around options in front of us. Based on what you said, we have time for probably one question if there are any from the floor. Otherwise, you're welcome to watch along the meeting, and I can push that item up so that you can be free to ask that if you like. Councillor.
Yeah, kia ora, Tara. Thank you for that. I do have a question. You mentioned something there which said you want to be part of the solution. Did you have any further thoughts on that? Because, as you know, it's not an easy problem to solve. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So, like, if I had the power and I was in charge, this is basically how I'd go about addressing some of this, right? Because it all starts with optics. And it all starts with how we actually tracking the data for this issue, right? Like, it's really hard at the moment to be able to raise a complaint. Like, Facebook is like the current place where we do this. We need a centralized area which community members can basically submit something that we then have access of this data. Because through this data, we can then start painting the picture. And the other element is, like I mentioned in my kōrero around what is the council doing? Like, and I know the council is doing a lot. Like, I spoke with animal control. They said they're in ahipara twice a day. And I'm just like, well, if you're in ahipara twice a day, kōrero, tell the community that you're in ahipara twice a day. Like, the issue is that we no longer look outside our window to check the weather. We go to Met Service first. So how do you communicate to the community? You do it through social media. So I said to animal control, you need to start telling us what you're doing and how you're doing it. Because from where I'm sitting, ahipara feels like a different place than it was a month ago as a result of the media attention that it's gotten. So people are starting to listen and people are starting to actually take responsibility for their dogs. Prior to that, because nothing was being said and we all just normalized the situation, people were just like, well, I don't get in trouble for it, so why would I actually address the issue? So there's a two-prong issue. One is, how do we better report on issues and kind of standardize that? Like, and that's not a hard thing. We could just do a Google form and just make it a little bit more easier for people to report instead of just doing it through Facebook. And then number two is just controlling the narrative and the optics.
Tēnā koe. Thank you so much, Tyrone. We have run out of time now, but you're, as I said, very welcome to stay on. We've got one more deputation, and then I will move the paper to receive your petition. Tēnā koe. Our second deputation is from lovely Rolf and Inga, representing Carbon Neutral Trust. We're here to speak to us about greenhouse gas emissions reductions options, and members should have a printout.
Yeah, we are very happy to see so many of you here, and we've watched the presentation. The Turner Center was great delight. It was really skillfully done, and I said, wow, this council is doing it. So, on the climate change issue again, we're Inge Bremer and Rolf Müller from the Carbon Neutral New Zealand Trust.
The trust has charitable status and was founded to raise awareness about climate change and to help New Zealanders measure and reduce greenhouse gas emissions through practical, locally designed tools and research. You can see a lot of that on our website. Over the past 7 years, we have been engaged with NRC and FNDC staff and councillors to discuss options and actions to mitigate climate change risks and to improve resilience.
In one of our previous deputations, we suggested that councillors apply an additional climate change lens, climate risk lens, to every one of council's decisions, similar to the ones that we are using on the financial and compliance risks. Please do reconsider this proposal. It is important and it is effectual.
Today we are here to urge you to accept the Climate Action Team's excellent report and proposed option 1. The valid reasons for it are stated very clearly in the report. It is the only forward-oriented responsible option.
In contrast to the option 3, to stop measuring and reducing is not saving money. It is accepting profound and costly risks. The report states it clearly. Without action, Council faces strategic and operational risks with reputational, financial, legal, and compliance impacts. The backward-oriented option 3 invites these risks. And the stagnant option 2 is only slightly better, but also insufficient to meet the targets inviting the same risks.
First of all, it's your mandate. The net zero 2050 target is national law. Your climate change roadmap commits to it. This is not a central government task. It is your core responsibility to our community. Second, it unlocks funding. Option number 1 qualifies for low interest climate action loans and subsidies. Option 3 slams that door shut. It is the difference between investing wisely now or paying vastly more later. Third, it targets the biggest problem. The report's charts show wastewater is your largest source of emissions, over 5 tons annually. We presented the solution last week, electrocoagulation technology that reduces methane and cuts costs. Option 1 provides the framework to fund and implement these exact projects. You have a link there for our report that we have presented to the committee last week.
Yeah. So we need twofold actions. Firstly, measure and analyze. Fund the skilled staff to do this essential work, since you cannot manage what you do not measure. We all know that. Secondly, to invest and save. Prioritize high return projects, solar on buildings, electrifying the vehicle fleet, and modernizing wastewater plants. These require capital, but slash operational costs and emissions for decades.
Northern is not poor, but resource rich. We have immense carbon sequestering power in our forests, coastlines, and wetlands. Option 1 is the path to quantifying and claiming that value of our community. Get carbon and biodiversity credits. On our website, you will find a study about the sequestration possibilities around the coast of Northland to give you really a good picture.
And possible continuous source of income. In summary, option 3, the do nothing one, is a decision to incur guaranteed future costs and fail your legal and moral duties. Option 2, the reduced targets, is a decision without any benefits. Option 1, science-aligned targets, is a decision to lead, to access tools, and to build a resilient, prosperous Far North.
This is not just an environmental vote. It is a vote for fiscal prudence, for good governance, and for the legacy you leave. We strongly urge you to choose responsibility. Choose option 1. Thank you.
Any questions?
We have run out of time for questions, unfortunately. And I looked down, and because I was writing a note, I must take the minute. So we won't talk about it, and thank you for that. And I'll move that paper up on the end that we can consider it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I prepared a note on my run sheet to pass on apologies from Democracy Services The list of public excluded reports did not pull through onto the online version. So those are item 9.1, the confirmation of previous minutes public excluded, item 9.2, the roading maintenance and renewals contract awards, and item 9.3, the contract extension. Now you will receive them yourselves, it just didn't pull into the online version for the public to see if those were on the agenda within the time required. So for that reason, I feel comfortable that I had it on my agenda. I just didn't know it had been on the online version. I am going to resolve to consider these as major items on the agenda. The reason is that there was no public notification, but these matters cannot be delayed due to contractual timeframes. So Councillor Research, would you like to speak to the motion? Would any other member like to speak to that? You're all comfortable with considering those items? Those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. We are now going to go to information report 8.1, which can be found on page 50 of your agenda. Petition to protect our community and tamariki, address roaming and dangerous dogs from Ahipara. The motion is that the Far North District Council formally receive the petition on behalf of the residents of Ahipara. If I could get a mover for that, please. Councillor Haruita and a seconder. Possible. Councillor Research. Councillor Haruita.
Oh, tēnā tātou. Kei toko pai au ngā kōrero o te tangata Tyrone. Tino marama na kōrero, tino tika na kōrero, ka rongo au ki nei kōrero I roto o te heku o te kei ngā wā katoa. E pēnei ana I te rori o Pills Road. Tino mataku ngā iwi o I nei mea, e ne tika kana kōrero. Nā te take, ka tēni te āhua o ngā mea pēnei ngā mātua e hīkoi ana ngā tamariki ki te kura. Reira, tautoko pai au ki tēnei, ko te mea nui, he aha te rongoa. He aha te rongoa o tēnei kaingira. Reira, nei atu, te ako e Tyrone o tērā piti hana, tino marama, kaore tino riri I roto I tērā, engari hihi ana, e rongoa hei whakatika. Kāre ki roto o Ahipara anahi, engari puta noa I te tai toke rau. Tino mataku, ngā iwi o te hāpori I te mea ko ngā neighbours I taiwa, he take anō I te tāki, kore tāki ngā kuri. He take anō tērā.
Nā koe, Councillor Research.
Thank you, Ryan, for your response to that question, because it's a difficult problem that council's having everywhere. Very difficult to do. I did actually make a note, so you obviously weren't reading my notes, but I did say, look, we have to have an easy reporting mechanism. And if the community do engage in doing that, it will make a big difference in terms of keeping one council on board, but also identifying where the issues lie. Something else that we may want to look at, so I support this recommendation before we get told off. Then maybe we need to look at our policies and limit the dogs allowed inside the town anyway, or breed, but we're not doing that here at the moment. That's some other consideration as well. But yes, I certainly support the recommendation we've got here, and thank you for that. Helpful.
Well, I'm going to go to Councillor Balke, who I understand had some amendments to simply receiving the petition.
Thank you. Thank you, Tyrone, for your submission and your petition. I know this has been a long-standing issue in our community, and I certainly agree with you that our families in tamariki should be able to walk freely without threat of dogs, not just for themselves, but also their beloved pets as they're walking them along the road. So I know that this motion is to receive your petition, but I'd just like to make an amendment to that we also have a B to the motion that the staff prepare a report outlining options to address roaming and dangerous dogs in Ahipara, including enforcement tools, resources required, and measures to improve community safety. So I would just like to add that to the motion, please.
Do you know that reading?
We do have that wording, but apologies, we're having some issues, so we can't pop it on the screen, but happy to proceed.
That's right. We'll receive that as an amendment to add the B, and we will. Do you have a time frame for that report to come back to us, Councillor?
Well, as soon as possible would be great, but up to staff, I assume 2 weeks by.
I think I heard a couple of councillors just a little bit confused around what it is and expecting it to be on the screen. Perhaps we could just read it again.
Sure. So we request that staff prepare a report outlining options to address roaming and dangerous dogs in Ahipara, including enforcement tools, resources required, and measures to improve the community safety.
To be tabled at our next Te Koko committee meeting. Te Koko?
Yeah. Yes.
Which will be in 2 weeks' time.
The agenda's close, it'll be a late item.
I'll just allow our GM for delivery operations sometimes to consider the best time to bring that report back to us, but I'll pass over to Councillor Ford to speak to the amendment in any case while we let her figure out a best date.
I support the amendment in terms of personal experience. I wouldn't walk on the beach without a stick. I would not do my daily walk without having a stick. It's that bad. Let alone our tamariki, how are they supposed to ensure that they have safety? So I'd like to totoko our Tyrone for representing the Ahipara community, our Mahinui, and also Rachel, and having something that we can come back. In terms of Roddy and his advocacy around changing the Dog Control Act, I think we need a time frame from central government in order to ensure that we have the correct legislative tools so that we can do our jobs well. And that change to the Dog Control Act is really important to ensure that we're able to do that. And getting some time frames from central government around that would be really helpful so that we can go back to the community and say how we've worked together with central government to have those proper legislative tools.
I'll speak in favour of the amendment myself. I'm speaking in favour to the amendment and seeking I acknowledge that we're on our agenda today is our annual report on dog control. Also want to acknowledge the incredible mahi that our animal management team does daily, and that our deputation today highlighted the perception around sharing of information so that our communities do know what exactly our animal management teams are doing. My 3 years is near the first year we of course had the loss of life in our district because of dogs and Rurarona community in North Hokianga. More recently we've seen Kaipara experience the same. We're in the front page today, I think, and yes, this week again because of an attack in Hauora in our own district. And of course, all of our communities know we experience this, but they probably don't know the work that we've done in increasing the number of animal management officers we actually have on the ground, the separating of the management roles across our North and South Pounds, and all of the challenges that come with that. And as highlighted in the State of North address, you know, it's about one of the crucial tools along with disciplinary action against bad dog owners is actually education for our whānau. So speaking to the amendment, I don't want to detract from the incredible mahi our staff are doing on our community, but it's about sharing that mahi and what more we can do to be able to serve our communities, to keep them bloody safe at the end of the day. Now, on the Dog Control Act, which we've been advocating to see changes in, because it's over 30 years old, we actually have an item on the agenda for tomorrow for the Northern Mayoral Forum to look at a regional collaboration approach to working with other councils, the likes of Auckland Council, to see changes in that space. And our own MP for Northern, Grant McCullum, is also ready and willing to see what changes are needed from the central government level to enable us at local government to do our jobs at the end of the day. On the education element, though, last week we announced that our education program in schools would be starting imminently. I would very much appreciate that, given the deputation we've received today. I believe that it's starting in April, and I see that one of the signatories is the principal of Ahipara School herself to this petition, that we as a council consider the very first school to be a part of this education program as Ahipara School, and that we reach out to Andrea Pancha so that that community, at least Tyrone, can go away from this and say, whānau, you all signed this petition for Ahipara community based off the horrific incident that himself and his 4 daughters had to experience. Well, guess what? His daughters, if they're at Ahipara School, are then going to have our AMOs going in to talk about the mahi that they are doing and the education around what it means to be a responsible pet owner and the tips and tricks that you can have to keep yourself safe in this space. So that's a consideration I think I'd like to see make happen based off this, but of course that could be reported back when this comes to the technical part. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? We'll go to Councillor Allen and then Chair McQueen.
Tuatahi tēnā koe Tyrone. Ka tū ngā hapori katoa o te iku o te ika I runga pohiwi pakari au o tō hapori kia kawe mai I tēnei pētihana rangatira ki tēnei tēpū nei, nā reira ka mihi kauake kia koe o tira kia koutou o te Ahipara. Mai kōrero kaupapa Mārika I te amendment nei, and just going back on the kōrero around the different the same effects of this dog take being felt in communities all around Te Hiku o Te Ika. So if it is amendable by the mover and seconder, that the tools that are coming back in the report are for use and implementation and support of all our hapori in Te Hiku o Te Ika who are facing the same issues. Kaua hanake ko Te Ahipara, e rangi mihi tonu ana ki tēnei mahi nui a koutou and acknowledging that you guys have brought this petition and Te Hiku o Te Ika whānui will benefit from it.
I'm just going to see if we can actually share the amendment and the wording. It might be that we can add that as a note. I also just want to afford staff themselves the privilege of seeing the wording of this amendment. While we're getting that up, I'll pass over to Chair McVeigh.
Tēnā koe Tyrone. I just want to tautoko actually. I was just going to say exactly what Councillor Allen has said, that all of our communities are facing the same issues. So if that could be amended to be beyond Ahipara, then that would be really great. Kia ora.
Well So the amendment is B, request staff request the Chief Executive prepare a report outlining options to address roaming and dangerous dogs in Ahipara, including enforcement tools, resources required, and measures to improve community safety. The request there as a further amendment from Councillor Allen was that that was expanded beyond just the Ahipara township.
Your Worship, can I raise a point of order?
Yes.
notwithstanding the merits of the debate, and I do agree with the debate that's been raised by members Allen and McVeigh, the agenda item is specific to Ahipara, and so therefore the resolution should speak specifically to the agenda item Ahipara. Notwithstanding that, I think a footnote to the staff that we would like to consider how this policy could then be applied to the rest of the district would be merited.
I'm happy with it. You have a further opportunity with another paper that isn't only on Ahipara to get that across as an amendment, but if we could add that as a note that.
Absolutely.
I'll go to our Chief Executive.
Tēnā koe, Tyrone, ko Guy Oro tōku ingoa. So I'm the Chief Executive at Council. Thank you for your kōrero today. I'm just going to say, in terms of the amendment, totally happy with that. That is a simple statement of our BAU, and we can summarise that and get it out. I appreciate this discussion today because it's great communication for me to raise awareness of what I need to ask for. Certainly, last year I set a very clear expectation in terms of two things that were forefront of my mind was community engagement that resulted in this education program that we're talking about. And the second one is I asked for an increased presence of our AMOs over the summer and particularly pre-Christmas to tidy things up. So I will be following up on that and just seeing where we got to on that one. But once again, thank you for your kōrero, and we are definitely focused on this. It is certainly a work in progress that we've made a lot of changes to the animal management, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bradford.
Oh, no, it's said.
Councillor Lusich.
I support it, very happy with it, and included in the wording is the things that Tyrone raised as well, to what can be done to, I think, involving the community information both ways is important.
I'll go to Councillor Balke for right of reply.
Yeah, I just think it is going to be an ongoing issue that should be at the forefront of our thoughts, and I fully support this amendment and looking to pass it further for the whole community, not just Ahipara.
I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. This will form a substantive motion now, but I'm just going to check in. I forgot to check back in on a time frame to when we can expect this to come to us.
Thank you, Kate.
And the suggestion was for it to go to our Te Kukupa Committee for Strategy, Policy and Regulation.
I understand from the council that the agenda is closed for that meeting, and whether we'd be better off just bringing it back for the next full council meeting, given it's such a contentious issue and high interest.
1st of April. I'm going to just put that on my list when I have my agenda preview rather than having it in wording, and we'll make sure it comes back to the council. This forms a substantive motion. If I could get a mover for the substantive motion.
Yeah.
And I'll second. If there any further discussion warranted, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. If we can please ensure that, Tyrone, thank you very much for staying on our meeting for this item itself, and you can see that we're going to have some follow-up in this space. If we can make sure, please, Gigi's and Hillary, that we stay directly in contact with Tyrone around when that comes back to the table and the next steps as well. Tēnā koe. I'm now going to go to item 7.3, which is in our supplementary agenda, which is greenhouse gas emissions reduction options. Now I am going to move an alternate recommendation for this, and it's just procedural and how I would like our committees to flow into council, whether or not I'm in favour of the motion that is up for consideration. So I've put a recommendation for us to endorse option 1. However, our Te Kukuwha Committee for Strategy, Policy and Regulation recommended option 3 in this report to Council. I feel that it is only right that we consider as Council the recommendation from our committee. So I have to give recommendations to our Council. In the first instance, should that fail, given the ramifications to wider Council, then we will then be able to consider alternate options should that fail. But I just think it's I'm uncomfortable with our committees having work streams and having recommendations to this council that we just overturn. It misaligns with staff themselves or with certain members. Personally misaligns with what I want to do, but I just think it's better processed that way. So I'll be moving I'll be moving the recommendation to council and on page 41. Oh, sorry, 41, your alternate, and I'll need a seconder for that, please.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, we're going to the court because I heard you. Our staff have brought a paper on greenhouse gas emissions reduction options to our newly minted Te Kukuwha Committee. And what a beautiful item for them to consider at their inaugural council meeting. Option 3 was passed and recommended to this council, which would see that emissions reduction be discontinued and an investigation of redirecting that funding towards adaptation, and that a rates reduction policy for areas of Indigenous biodiversity that are carbon sinks, such as Indigenous bush and wetlands, be created for inclusion in the long-term plan, and that Whanau District Council investigate the investment in solar infrastructure for our offices and other buildings to enable sustainable power generation and also overall cost savings as part of this long-term plan. So the part that I agree with part 2 and 3 of that recommendation, but what I don't agree with is that we see a reduction in our emissions and redirect funding towards adaptation, notwithstanding the importance of adaptation. In fact, in our last council meeting of the previous triennium, we passed an accelerated program for community adaptation for the Whanau district. I recall 6 years ago sitting in this chamber, having come back from Florida, where Florida Beach City Council, one of those, or Miami Beach, one of those ones, we're already in the space of adaptation 6 years ago, and we're only in Aotearoa now starting to consider what that looks like, acknowledging the fact that we've had changes in government and changes in approach, prioritisation and policy from a central level. It's very important that adaptation is a key part of what we do as the Whanau District Council for our communities here. But that is not, it's not a case of having one thing but not the other. Mitigation is incredibly important, an incredibly important tool that we look at the pathway that this council's already taken across our climate change roadmap, the mahi being done by our Te Tai Tokerau Joint Climate Committee, our adaptation program itself, we have a responsibility to also walk the talk in this space when it comes to not only adaptation but also mitigation. And so I'm uncomfortable that we would just completely step out of that, and the premise that it's okay for us to do whatever we like because we're going to tell our communities that adapt as best you can, but we are still going to continue to see disproportionate amounts of carbon emissions across our district, and we as a council expect you to be green and be clean, but we ourselves as the Whanau District Council will do whatever we like. I just feel uncomfortable with that. it would be like us having a building that does our own chambers not having a warrant of fitness, but expecting all other whare in this district to have a warrant of fitness, but we don't have to because we're the council. So it's just, it goes against my own personal values. So I will be not supporting the Te Kukupa recommendation. I support elements of it, but as a whole, I cannot support that significant change to the approach this council has taken over the 6 years that I've been on council in any case. I will pass to Councillor Court as seconder to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's your understanding all this, I'm going to reserve my right to speak to later in the debate.
I'll go to Councillor Foy and then Councillor Stratford.
I'm one of the members that took part in the debate of the motion that has been moved currently. In terms of the loans from central government, I'm still unclear as to what we can utilise those loans for. The key aspects that I hear all the time is affordability of rates. And for me, if we're spending it in one area, that means another area potentially is missing out. From our rates, we'd only been collecting $35 per ratepayer in an area of benefit for urban stormwater, and we're seeing our main streets flood, and yet we're increasing the funding for the climate change team before we increase the funding for stormwater. And I see that as an issue that can we do both, or should we increase costs for both? Or is the cash flow from the loan funding going to be able to accommodate us to invest in both? And I still don't understand the loans enough in order to understand if that will enable us to do that at an affordable pace, and also an affordable operational base that we have staff. Like the number of staff in the climate team is more than the number of staff in the stormwater team. And so maybe I'm wrong, and maybe we're resourcing stormwater more than I'm aware. But for me, when we look at adaptation, that to me is investing in drainage, investing in our water tables, investing in our culverts, investing in our urban stormwater and our floodgates and our pump stations, so that when it rains, we have the ability to ensure that our town centres don't flood, having environmental design so that we have flood detention in our parks and reserves, for example. Maybe the staff can speak to it more and say that this is what these loans are about, and accessing the funding so that we can have those alternative methods. But at this time, I'm still unsure as to what we can use those loans for. And for the two other aspects, 2 and 3, we're one of the largest areas of Indigenous biodiversity in the country. And I think that that's a great thing, but at the moment people are paying rates on areas of land that they're doing a public good. You know, they're providing a carbon sink for their property, but they're paying rates on it. And we only give rates remissions currently to QE2, Carmondid Bush. We're not other areas that are zoned and protected by way of the Northern Regional Plan for both wetlands and Indigenous bush. So it would be great to have those areas calculated and to look at an incentive for people who do that public good. Lastly, number 3, investing in solar infrastructure. I don't see this necessarily just as an environmental thing. It's actually a financial thing. We pay 42 cents a kilowatt for power. And we have all this roof area, and we could be actually having less power costs just by doing that, let alone the incentive that we can do something good for the environment and reduce our emissions. So if the staff are able to speak to this and speak about those loans in particular, that would be really helpful for me and probably our other members to understand how they
work will be implemented to cash flow, looking at both emissions reductions and also look at practical implementation of adaptation.
Esther, are you happy to respond to the questions that Councillor Foy has put to you?
Yes.
And your team? Thank you.
So I have got a high level understanding of the lines for which it was passed to be subject matter expert AMIs. Do you have to check that? Thank you.
Hello, Kato. The climate action loans are not tagged to specific projects and can be used to refinance existing debt. They could be used towards adaptation or towards stormwater infrastructure if the council chose to use them for those purposes. I'm happy to take further questions.
What might be helpful, and I will do that for our items, especially where there will be a lot of questions, is I'll allow the mover and seconder of an item to speak to that item. And then if you have questions, not outside of just the debate, then please, we could have those questions answered. And then we'll return to the debate and let pending orders help guide me through that debate as the chair. So I'm going to go to my speaking order for questions of staff. Did that satisfy in response? Do you have any further questions, Councillor Foy?
Just two more questions about the loans. How much are the loans? What's the total value? And what is the duration of the loan for the, is it a 20-year loan or a 3-year loan or what's the scope of the duration?
Is it a discounted interest rate?
So the minimum period for the climate action loans is 3 years. And the minimum amount that can be applied for is $1 million, but they're typically granted for much larger sums than that. There are 8 local government organisations around New Zealand that have currently got climate action loans, and there are more in the pipeline.
So those 8 councils all jump in. Those 8 councils are actively working to reduce their emissions while they've been able to access those loans.
Yes, eligibility for climate action loans depends on having an emissions reduction plan with science-aligned targets. It has been adopted and resourced by the councils.
And so the minimum is 3 years for the loan. What's the maximum loan return?
I attended a webinar about this yesterday. They didn't speak to maximum periods or to maximum caps. Borrowed, there's no maximum cap.
And the interest rate?
It's 2 basis points lower than comparative loans for the local government funding agency.
2. Thank you. And can we use the loans for operational or just CapEx projects?
No.
My order for questions, and then I'll return to the debate. So just if you have questions, I feel there might be. I've got Councillor Stratford, then Balki, then Haukia Harawira. I'll go to Councillor Stratford just for any questions. Sorry.
Not sure if Aya can answer this or might be Esther. What's the potential cost of consultation should we go with option 3 for as in our significance and engagement policy climate sits within? We would have to consult on our climate policy, Final 2100 and something else. What?
The roadmap.
Oh yes, and our climate roadmap. Do we have that figure yet?
Sorry, no, I don't have figures around that. As you say, it would, if we decided to drop our emissions accounting, did not look towards corporate production, we would have to do those 3 policies, potentially others as well that related to climate. I can't put a figure on that. It will take time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Balki, any questions?
I just, it's really hard to understand in the report when we were there what the actual costs are with implementing corporate greenhouse gas emission targets, reduction targets, including capital costs, operational costs, staff resources, required with the emission measurement reporting and compliance. It's just hard to know what it is actually going to cost the ratepayer to implement these reductions, because when we were reading through it, we just didn't know what it was going to cost the ratepayer. So whilst I'm not anti it, it's just we just didn't know what it was going to cost. So I have written an amendment to it, to the motion that's on the table, just to say, can we be provided with a report of the cost that's actually going to cost the ratepayer, and also it included information about the loans and what they can be used for, etc. I've sent those to people.
So in terms of what we're here today to have a look at, is not looking at a program. It's really to get that decision about whether we should look at it. So in terms of costs, it would go into the long-term plan for consultation, but the piece of work up front that we need to do would be to actually look at what do we need to do to reduce, and then put that into the LPP for consultation. So this decision is prior to even moving that path.
Councillor Belkey, should this motion, our current motion is the recommendation from Te Kukupa, should that fail, then we'll consider your amendment if we revert to the one that's on the agenda. Councillor Hakia, are there any questions?
These are to our two Te Hiku councillors. What do we tell our young people from Kaitaia College who led the deputation here in 2019 that we don't support their earnest views that there needs to be some adaptation response to the climate disasters of now? And what's the cost of not implementing emissions reductions? We ask our kids to be parakore. We ask our whānau not to drive fast on the beach so that kaimoana can grow. We plant pingao and other kind of things to keep the coast intact, which are just basic level stuff. So my question really to the whole council is, why aren't we doing something? I mean, wetlands is a classic example where we can use this whatever. I'm not looking at this as a finance thing. Why do we do that? But if you wanted to make it a finance thing, we can't afford wetland development, and that would help all our 16 wastewater treatment plants in the area. You know, kia ora. Maybe 4 questions.
That was a rhetorical question.
Engari, tērā pātai ki ngā tamariki o Kaitaia College. E a ngā whakautu o ngā tukurua nei ki ngā tamariki, ngā taiome o Kaitaia. Kia ora.
I've got Councillor Vucic, then Chair McVeigh. Any questions, Councillor Vucic?
Actually, my question was answered, and that was we have had a emission reductions plan to receive the loan. It sounds like a very good loan. I'm not happy with either loan, to be honest. And the reason is, just so you know, is I'm happy with looking at having emissions reduction targets for Whānau District Council. We should remain within our wheelhouse. But option 3 mentioned there gave ways of achieving that, which are on and which are valid things to loan on. For example, trees. I'm not so sure about the wetland. People tend to forget the biggest emission of methane is actually the Amazon forest, which will not cut down because that's marsh gas methane. So you've got to be careful. And that's why I'd like the use of the word science aligned emissions. So do your science properly. I strongly suggest you do that, because some real bad things been said with the science. They got the science wrong. But definitely do that. And I'd love to see, as mentions, adaptation measures put in place. You mentioned that it's like solar power. Well, but then there's others as well, like big forests, but water tables. So you're adapting for the flood events. So I'd love to see a combination, and I'm sure, and I'm going to use the wording right now, I'm sure we can actually sort that out without getting too bogged down with the wording when we go forward and put a plan together.
Thank you, Councillor Research. Another rhetorical question. Chair McVeigh, any questions of staff?
I do have questions of staff. Rhetorical. Kia ora, staff. I just have two questions that align with the proposed motion. Is first, that would reducing rates for existing forests and wetlands actually reduce any emissions, considering those wetlands and Indigenous biodiversity already exist? And I'll leave that one there. But also what, and it follows on from Councillor Research, what kind of measures would Council be looking at to reduce emissions, and are they aligned with cost saving and adaptation work? Those two little things. Sorry, what kind of emissions reduction work might be suggested to Council, and are those likely to reduce costs and be in line with adaptation work that you're looking at doing?
Okay, thank you. So I can speak to the first part. So I think if you have a rate sort of remission or something in place where people have rates back for maintaining Indigenous biodiversity or wetlands, what have you, you have an uptake. Well, this is, I guess, but what would happen with some people would choose to put things back into Indigenous bush or stuff that they already had to take advantage of those rates. So yes, I think it would drive behaviour. In terms of actions to reduce emissions and how that works with adaptation, I guess subject matter expert Aya will probably be the best to answer that one. So I'll hand over.
So in terms of the recommended actions to reduce emissions, in 2022, Council commissioned a report from WSP to develop an emissions reduction plan. So the emissions reduction plan focused largely on improvements in wastewater and in water infrastructure. So as we know, we've got the new Northland Waters Done Well entity coming into play, and those waters assets will be in the jurisdiction of the new entity. The new entity is also able to apply for climate action loans if they set an emissions reduction plan in place. We've got a report on the agenda for the Joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee to discuss that opportunity. Some of the other plans that were set out in the WSP report to reduce emissions for Council relate to waste management and minimisation. We've already got an adopted waste management and minimisation plan for Council, which will be implemented. So that's already, there's spending planned in that area, which will reduce emissions. Some of the other areas include efficiency for FNDC vehicle fleet and other emissions from travel. For instance, travel in people's personal vehicles, which is, IRD mileage and business travel and so forth. And additionally, buildings are a large source of emissions for Council. So if an emissions reduction plan was developed in detail, it would likely include solar installation, not only for Council purposes, but also it would be great to get solar on a lot of our other buildings in the community, such as all our public toilets. We've got a huge amount of electricity that is used to power all of the pumps to run our water infrastructure. And if Council could be generating some electricity to support the very large electricity use by Council as an entity that assists to offset our city emissions.
And welcome back to our chambers, Ms. Aya. Kia ora. I will check in with Councillor Court. You reserved your right to speak to the debate, but not to ask any questions. Did you have any questions?
I do have one question, and I just passed a note to my colleague, my planning colleague, expert to my right. And I said, are pockets of Indigenous biodiversity and wetlands not already protected under legislation? And the answer is yes. but there's no rates relief for these areas. So my question is, and just clarity so it's clear in my mind, please, how does offering rates relief help? Bearing in mind that every time we offer rates relief to one party, all the other ratepayers pick up the cost of that. So I'm trying to understand how that adds another layer.
I've got Charlie behind you, Councillor Court, who is priming to go with a response there. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we do, obviously it's an option for council to consider how we apportion rates across the district, and as Esther's mentioned, there is incentives to look after, provide the rates are a tax, and by providing economic incentives, you change consumer behaviour in terms of the way that they use assets. Now, it does complicate matters from a rating perspective, and it is an allocation decision that analysis would need to be brought to council. What the potential uptake on something like that might look like, any forecasts around the way that that would impact our LTP over the next future period, and how that would impact other rating policies as well. There is also the operational kind of consideration, because the more complex our rating becomes, the more operationally it is, and we need to make sure we resource that appropriately.
Ancillary question through you, Your Worship. I think it was fully answered. The argument that this will drive behaviour change or behaviour buy-in, when we already have legal instruments that do that anyway, that's the disconnect in my mind.
Standing behind you, Councillor. Do you mind repeating that for me?
There's a gap. So we're talking about this will drive customer buy-in if there's rates relief, hopefully. But there's already legal instruments that require these pockets of Indigenous biodiversity and wetlands to be protected. So I'm not clear how offering rates relief moves the dial.
We would need to do the analysis to provide you with an answer in terms of what might be outside of a legislative boundary, which requires people to protect this whenua under that, and where that any potential policy change might impact that. My initial feel on it is it would probably likely be marginal unless you expanded that envelope quite significantly, but we would need to obviously do the due diligence to provide the response adequately.
Thank you.
It's an incentive for others, but a disincentive at the same time, because everyone will plant out every single thing they own, and we have no one to collect rates from to do anything. But we'll meet our carbon zero goals, and we'll be able to get cheap loans. So I'm going to move now back into debate itself. This was moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Paul. Members opening the floor for members to speak to or against, for or against the motion, which is not as printed in your agenda as the recommendation, but as the recommendation from our Te Park Committee. Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora. I am urging my colleagues to vote against option 3, and I support leaving in the investigation of inclusion in the long-term plan, the rates reduction policy. That's something that would be consulted on. And I'm recommending voting against option 3, the FNDC investigate investment in solar infrastructure, because it's already in the climate roadmap or the climate policy. We don't need it as a long-term plan, because long-term plan item, because it's already in a strategy document, a policy document, unless when this resolution goes on, you don't get option 1. And I will just Sorry for Te Kukuhara members, you've heard some of this audio before, but just to reiterate from that previous report, climate action loans are available to councils that measure and verify their emissions, adopt science-aligned emissions reduction targets. They can be used to refinance existing debt, support eligible capital and operational expenditure, and can be used on stormwater and adaptation projects that are part of an integrated program, like upgrading wastewater and stormwater assets in ways that reduce energy use, reducing pumping requirements, improving system efficiency, and avoiding repeat rebuilds after storms, roads in particular. It has already been highlighted that climate action loans equals cheaper finance, and refinancing existing debt is an option. It gives us efficiency savings and operating costs over time. FNDC is Toitū Carbon Reduce certified. That gives us access to other opportunities. Adopting these short and medium term targets before April 2026 we just have to. And I totally what Whaihilda said about our up in Kaitaia. This is where the climate initiatives of this council kicked off. We didn't, as elected members, just go, oh, we want to address climate. There was a resounding wave of plea for council to address mitigation and adaptation. And mitigation is part of resilience, and resilience is a key part of the emergency management framework. So I urge you to support option 1 when it comes back, and this option 3 is voted down.
Councillor Smollers, followed by Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to briefly address the recommendation before us. When this matter was considered at committee level, the committee carefully reviewed the options presented by staff and ultimately recommended option 3. Now, that recommendation followed discussion, questioning of staff, and very careful consideration of the financial and infrastructure implications of our district. However, when the agenda was published today, we see that option 1 is appearing in the recommendation instead, and that creates a governance issue. Committees exist so that elected members can undertake detailed scrutiny of issues before they come to the full council table. And when a committee works through the options and formally recommends a particular approach, is it important that the recommendation is accurately reflected when the item comes forward to council. So if committee recommendations are replaced through the agenda process, then the work undertaken by elected members at committee level risks becoming meaningless. That's not good governance. So for that reason, I really support you, Mayor Moko, for recommending that option 3 is reinstated as the committee's recommendation to council, because that is integrity and that was the right thing to do. So good on you. There were 3 reasons specifically why option 3 was supported on that day when we went into detailed analysis on looking at all the options. And one of them was that it was the most financially responsible pathway forward for our ratepayers. Now, as we know, families and businesses across the far north are under pressure from rising costs, and every additional borrowing decision we make ultimately flows through to rates. We need to focus where, like Councillor Foy said, where investment is genuinely needed, particularly in critical infrastructure such as pump stations and network reliability. We need to have a staged and prudent approach. We felt that option 1 and option 2 were just too far down the track, and option 3 was the sensible one. I hear today also that we're talking about how much interest the LGA loan will be, and that typically ranges between 4 to 5%. However, LGA borrowing is still debt. Access to cheaper debt is not a reason to take on more debt. We're staring up the barrel of a 6.7% rate increase, whether we land on that or not. But I think we need to get savvy and we need to make some really hard decisions. So for those reasons, I support option 3. Thank you.
Councillor Foy.
Thank you to the staff answering my questions. Hearing the response about those loans, which we did highlight in the committee that we'd look into, I think that's really helped get a better gauge about the opportunities, particularly with the operational costs being able to be covered by these loans. $1.1 million is a 1% rate rise of OPEX funding. And if we can access this funding for our council, that could be a game changer to be able to get enough staff within, as I've highlighted, some of the issues that we have around stormwater, around drainage, to then be able to do the work to scope those projects that we can then capitalise at a later stage, but we haven't ever had the operational staff to be able to do that work. So currently the motion that Mayor Moko's moved is in 3 parts, 1, 2 and 3. Mayor Moko, understanding orders, I'd like to request that we move each item as a separate vote. And so 1, 2 and 3 separately. Currently the motion for option 3, as we've heard from staff, does not enable us to access those loans. Hearing the information from staff, I think that would be an opportunity lost for our council. And also the collaboration between the climate team and our stormwater team, but also with the NRC and our hazards mitigation. I think the collaboration of those teams will really ensure that we can have best use of how we can use the OPEX funding through those loans to have better outcomes for our communities. So I'm not in favour of option 3 from hearing the information today. And I think moving to option 1, enabling us to access those loans, would be prudently financially a good decision for our council, with access to loans, and also enable us to reduce our emissions and allow us to have better base funding at operational level for doing more adaptation work. So I support 2 and 3, but currently don't support.
I'll break it up when we vote on it. I'll go to Councillor Corey to see if she would like to use her speaking rights.
Thank you. Given that I wasn't at the committee meeting, due to being required elsewhere, I missed a lot of this debate, so it's been very helpful in filling in some gaps for me. Thank you. Is getting the agenda again, because I couldn't recall if the loans were contingent upon endorsing option 1, the opportunity to get those loans. And I've seen people nodding. Yeah. I want to support Councillor Smolders in her comment regarding loans. My notes, just because loans are available, we need to tread with extreme caution. This should be viewed as an opportunity to prudently reinvest, to reduce ratepayer exposure. It should not be viewed as an opportunity to max out the credit card. There is some thought processes that need to go in that. I'm a little lost as to Councillor Foy's thinking that we could borrow money and this would cover operational costs. That would be highly unusual in my experience, that we would fund operational costs by loan. Any work that is done in scoping a capital project can be capitalised at the conclusion of that project once we implement it, and that becomes debt funded and therefore ring-fenced. If we're looking to borrow money for operationalising delivery of this program, that runs the risk that we're going to have to borrow money year on year ad infinitum to keep the operational level of expenditure stable. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. We heard from Mr. Billington that the work hasn't been done to scope what kind of benefit would be done by offering rates relief. So that sounds like a laudable and holistic statement. not founded in any empirical evidence. I want to support my colleague, Councillor Bauke, in that at the moment this looks like an open checkbook. And until the actual costs are known, what are we actually signing up to? And I do appreciate the staff have said that they're going to bring that back through the LTP. What I'm not clear on is whether that's going to be absorbed across multiple departments across the Whanau District Council, and so its full impact is not visible to us. Councillor Hawkia Harawira said, what is your response to the kids of Kaitaia College who presented on this, and why would we tell them we wouldn't be working towards adaptation? Option 3 specifically talks to redirecting funding towards adaptation. So this isn't disingenuous to the submission that we received from the students of Kaitaia College. And I want to support option 3 because I think there is some significant savings of Councillor Boy identified in sustainable power generation. District Council as a whole, and we heard from Ms Morris that that could be rolled out to things like council facilities, public toilets, and that would free up a lot of money from our electricity bills. And we're also aware that if we over-generate, we can sell it back onto the grid. So there are a lot of benefits in there. And at that point, I'm still not sure how I'm actually going to vote, but I'll obviously say,
I'll take my right of reply. It's the original mover of option 3 with the rate reduction policy and the infrastructure. Appreciate we're going to vote on these separately. I go back to my opening statements that adaptation is absolutely crucial for our communities in the Whanau, which is why we have an accelerated community adaptation program currently underway for our Whanau communities. But that doesn't shirk our responsibilities over mitigation and walking the talk as a council and showing leadership to our rohe in this space around what it means to be meeting our expectations for being carbon neutral as an organisation. So I can't support option 3. Option 2 and 3 in this, I very much want solar infrastructure on our offices and other buildings. I don't think that option 1 will disconnect that, but option 1 will enable the 2-point lower loans to be able to actually buy the solar infrastructure to put on our offices and our toilets with a far reduced repayment. So that money that comes back in from the grid will be paying off cheaper loans to achieve it. Very much in favour of looking at policies for areas of Indigenous biodiversity, but would want to understand why those areas, if there are any, would require a specific policy other than that which is supported through the QE2 model. So I'll be voting against option 3, probably voting for option numbers 2 and 3, but numbers 2 and 3 can happen under option 1 as well. And with that, we will vote separately on each of these. So for part 1, the council choose option 3, emissions reduction is discontinued and investigate redirecting funding towards adaptation. The mover and the seconder will be myself and Councillor Court for all, because it's just easy for me. I'll put the motion for number 1.
Can we record by division?
We can. It will help the GGs very much so, I think, as well. So get the little division box up for 7.31 only. I am against.
Can I see the motion? Can I see the motion? Sorry.
The motion is that council, and we're only currently voting on number 1.
Emissions reduction.
Kohepu.
Kauri.
Councillor Allen.
Kauri.
Councillor Bauke.
Given the information about not getting the loans, I'll say I'm against option number 1 now. Thank you.
Councillor Court.
Against.
Councillor Foy.
Against.
Councillor Harawira.
Against.
Councillor Rakina.
Correct.
Councillor Smulders.
For.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Vucic.
Against.
That has failed. We'll now go to number 2, develop rates reduction policy for areas of Indigenous biodiversity that are carbon status. Such as Indigenous bush and wetlands be created for inclusion in the long-term plan. I'll get the vote by division box up, please. I'm in favour. Councillor Allen.
Aye.
Councillor Balke.
Yes.
Councillor Court.
Opposed.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Harawira.
Aye.
Councillor Rakina.
Si, senhor.
What are we doing? How is he? Trilingual interpreter. Councillor Smulders.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
That has passed. We'll now be voting on number 3, which is that Whanau District Council investigate the investment in solar infrastructure for our offices and other buildings to enable sustainable power generation and also overall cost savings as part of this long-term plan. I am in favour. Kohepu.
Aye.
Councillor Allen.
Aye.
Councillor Balke.
Yes.
Councillor Court.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Harawira. Councillor Rakina.
Aye.
Councillor Smulders.
For.
Councillor Stratford. Councillor Vucic.
Right.
That has also passed. That becomes a substantive motion, which we will then, the triggering of the one will then require a decision though, so we'll then go to the recommendation.
I'm confused. That was the motion.
Oh, that was
substantive motion.
So, but number 1 requires us to vote on option 1 because we've left you nothing. No direction. So, if you can then go to the recommendation in your agenda, which is that council endorse option 1, the adoption of science-aligned emissions reduction targets to support progress towards the net zero target of Whanau District Council, and B, recommend the inclusion of resources and funding for emissions reduction actions within the long-term plan. I note what Councillor Court said about the visibility of that across teams, not requiring anything changed within this resolution, but that as we go through long-term planning, I'm going to want to see that in any case, no matter the outcome of this implementation. Councillor Stratford, I believe you wanted to move that. Yeah. I'm just guessing. Seconded by Councillor Vucic. I'll go to Councillor Stratford. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I support it for the reasons I said. I'm hoping there will be some real science in line. We're going to look at it, consider the options. Because Biden was speaking about loans for emissions. You can actually make money out of emissions. And also I want to remind people that they're taking in emission targets into its loaning as well. So by saying that we can not only get that loan, but we can also put ourselves in a good position financially provide in the future. So it's prudent to do that, and certainly if you do it right, and all of these Indigenous areas can get carbon coming in, if you consider that yourself, I find that council can do it on bulk and actually planting out some trees, especially around our sewage ponds. So you do emissions and you get money.
Councillor Balke, if we did go with option 1, you did have some amendments that you sent through to me. I'm just going to check which ones, if any, you wanted to include in the as an amendment.
Yeah. The staff have answered it. It was basically just want to see what the costs around meeting, but they've said they'd have to bring that back to us anyway for us to consider, so that Makes me feel
You're
better.
comfortable at this stage to not have a further amendment to
We don't need to add that in there, or a note, do we? No, note.
We can add it as a note.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to add it as a note just to say that we would like to see the cost. Thank you.
Any other members? Councillor Stratford. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Snodders or abstentions? That is carried. And with that, we are going to have a 12-minute break, and I'll see you at 12:45. Welcome back to our council meeting. We are going to go to item 5.1, which is on page 6 of your agenda today. The notice of motion for an external review of recruitment appointment processes for positions within the Mayor's office. Before we pass over to the mover of this, I just need to give a quick brief from our legal team on the discussion for this item itself. Just to be clear, for the purpose of your questions and for the discussion, the item is about process and governance, not individuals, specific applicants or employment outcomes. Council is not the appointing authority for staff and we will not be discussing the merits, suitability, relationships or personal circumstances of any candidates or appointees. Debate must remain focused on whether an external review of recruitment processes is necessary or proportionate and on the governance implications of commissioning such a review at this stage. Naming, identifying or describing applicants, candidates or appointees is unacceptable. Referring to who got the job or who was preferred or speculating about motives, relationships or personal connections. Employment matters such as discussing interview outcomes, scoring or shortlisting, questioning the integrity or suitability of staff or candidates, or relitigating appointment decisions already made or under offer is also unacceptable. Unsubstantiated assertions such as repeating social media commentary or rumours, allegations of bias, favouritism or impropriety not supported by evidence already before this council is also unacceptable. And there are also privacy risks for any statements that could reasonably identify a person involved in the recruitment process, any discussion that could prejudice an employee or candidate's legal or privacy rights. So I'll please ask that members throughout this stick to the motion as it is around the process, just to keep yourselves safe. Otherwise, we will ask you to return to the item at hand itself. With that, I will pass over to Councillor Smulders as the mover of this notice of motion. Councillor Smulders.
Can you please read those first few paragraphs again, Mayor Moko? I didn't hear them. There was a lot of rustling and chair moving down here and it was very fast. Are we able to get that up on the screen too, please? It was a lot to take in and I want to make sure that I follow the guidelines.
The item is about process and governance, not individual specific applicants or employment outcomes. Council is not the appointing authority for staff, so we cannot discuss the merits, the suitability, relationships or personal circumstances of any candidates or appointees, and the debate must remain focused on whether an external review of recruitment processes is necessary or proportionate and on the governance implications of commissioning such a review at this stage. Now, the legal advice was there were grounds to actually decline this notice of motion because it stepped into the realm of privacy breaches for individuals. However, the spirit of transparency, I considered it important for us to have this notice of motion on the table, but ask you just to be careful in your own debate or questions that you won't put ourselves or our organisation at risk. So speak to the motion that is before us at hand. Right, and with that, we'll pass to you, Councillor Smulders.
So is there a seconder for this motion?
There is, it's Councillor Balke.
Okay. It should be recorded in here.
Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am bringing this notice of motion today for one simple and important reason: public confidence and governance. Item 5.1 asks Council to commission an independent external review of the recruitment and appointment process for the 3 newly created roles within the Mayor's office. This motion is about process integrity. It's about transparency. It is about responsibility that Council has to ensure that decisions involving public money, governance structures and elected leadership stands up to independent scrutiny. Now, on the 21st of November, the Chief Executive wrote to elected members advising that a dedicated Mayor's office was being established. That office would include 3 positions: an executive officer, a research analyst, and a communications advisor. This letter also made something very clear. These roles are not resources available to all elected members. They are not part of the shared governance support available across the organisation. These were positions specifically created to support the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. And that distinction matters because when public money is used to create roles that exist solely to support particular elected office holders, the governance boundary is then engaged. Now, I anticipate that the argument will be made today that staffing matters sit entirely within the Chief Executive and are therefore operational. That is correct when we are talking about normal organisational roles. But when new positions are created specifically to support elected leadership, and when those office holders participate in shortlisting, sit on the interview panels, and are involved in appointment decisions for the same roles, governance oversight is no longer optional. It actually becomes necessary. So according to the briefing provided to councillors that is in the agenda, the Chief of Staff, the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor were the three individuals involved in shortlisting the candidates, interviewing the candidates and making appointment decisions. Now, when the same elected office holders who will be supported by those roles are also involved in the recruitment process for those roles, the need for clear governance oversight becomes absolutely obvious. So this is not interference, this is about accountability. Traditionally, when elected members require additional expertise to support governance work, the support is drawn from the governance pool and allocated through committee structures as subject matter experts. That model ensures fairness across all elected members. It ensures that governance resources are available to all councillors through transparent committee structures. And it maintains a clear boundary between governance support and executive authority. What we are seeing now is something different. 3 full-time roles have been created within a dedicated Mayor's office structure. It sits outside the shared governance support framework and is designed specifically to support the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Therefore, that raises a legitimate governance question. How was the need for the structure determined? And have we been transparent? If this is the case, that these roles are funded from staffing underspend. So also in the briefing that we received from staff is that these 3 roles were funded by staffing underspend. So if that's the case, where is the staffing variance report? Where is the year-to-date staffing expenditure against budget? And where are the projected year-end numbers? If this underspend arises because operational roles remain vacant, that raises a further governance question about prioritisation. At present, we have ratepayers experiencing delays in areas such as rates rebate processing. There's not a day goes past that my email does not receive a ratepayer asking about their rates rebate and how long it's taking for our council to process it. The amount of emails is alarming. So we have acknowledged operational pressure across parts of this organisation. If vacancies exist in operational areas while budget capacity is redirected into 3 new executive political support roles, then governance is entitled to ask whether that represents the right prioritisation of public funds. Because prioritisation of public funds is not operational, it's governance. In a normal recruitment process, when a candidate has a close, better not go there, in this notice of motion, we have already lodged and scheduled for debate by council. We ask that the appointment progress for council be halted. I understand that has not occurred.
Point of order, your Mayor. Is the member speaking on behalf of themselves and as an individual? Because I'm hearing the term we. I'm not a part of this.
Member Councillor Smolders, if you can just continue with your closing statements to your opening and just be aware of the collective or individual pronouns that you use.
Sure. Now, there may be a reasonable explanation on why, when the notice of motion was lodged and scheduled for debate, that the appointments progressed through council. But governance does not rely on assumptions. Governance relies on verification. Now, the estimated cost of the independent review is approximately $3,500. For that modest amount, we can confirm that the process is robust, or we can identify improvements that strengthen our governance practices going forward. Either outcome strengthens the organisation, because the reality is perception matters. Questions are already circulating in the community about relationships, recruitment timing, and candidate selection. The longer these questions remain unanswered, the more they erode the public confidence. An independent review removes that uncertainty. It will protect you, the Mayor, it will protect applicants, it will protect staff, it will protect elected members, and it protects the ratepayers. Now, this council has previously experienced significant financial and reputational consequences when governance and employment boundaries were not clearly managed. That is a matter of public record that the Employment Relations Authority proceedings involving a former chief executive. The council ultimately paid more than $200,000 in compensation and more than $200,000 in legal costs. The lessons from that experience is not to assign blame. The lesson is that when governance expectation and employment processes intersect, the process must be handled carefully and transparently so that both the organisation and the community are protected. If this process was robust, an independent review will simply confirm that. Supporting a review is not a criticism of anyone. It's simply a vote for transparency and public confidence. This motion is therefore a measured step. It simply asks for independent confirmation that the process met the standards. That is governance. Governance is our responsibility, and I commend this notice of motion to Chamber.
I'll go to Councillor Balke as seconder.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share why I supported this as a second, just to be heard for everyone. I emailed when email first came out. I did email the chief executive on the 25th of November just to ask some questions, and I know Hilda saw my email and responded back, just saying what would the costs be, what's the purpose, the business case, because I knew that it would be of public interest. So I just wanted to get ahead of it, because I could sort of see this would be something that the public would be interested in. I never got a response, and then so I followed up on the 24th of January just to say it's getting hot, it's a bit of a topic. Can you just give me some response so I could get ahead of it? Because I campaigned on transparency and fiscal responsibility. It was the very thing that I stood up and said, and then literally within the first month of getting in, I had this issue. It was on my radar. I wanted to get ahead of it so I could just say, hey, this is really important. We need this. And seconding this is by no means questioning our Mayor's work ethic, suggesting that he should not be supported. That's not why I'm seconding it. I just wanted to get ahead of it, and I think that we owe it to the people who have voted us in, the people that voted Davina in, etc., to just allow these motions to be heard in this environment, and so that we can have transparency. So for that reason, I have seconded this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open for any questions of staff to the motion at hand.
I have a question.
Councillor McCall.
I just would like clarity from the Chief of Staff, please, that I noticed in the summary on page 11, it talked about who developed the matrix, who shortlisted, and who interviewed. And without naming names, would that be the normal practice of council to involve non-staff members in that process?
Through the Chair, the appropriateness of elected member involvement is assessed against whether the Chief Executive retained appointment authority, the answer is yes, whether conflicts were declared and managed, which is yes, and whether organisational policy was followed, which is yes. So on all three accounts, staff are satisfied that this process was lawful, robust and within delegation authority. And to be clear, no governance decision-making power was exercised by elected members in the process.
Thank you for that ancillary question because it didn't answer my question. Would it be normal practice in this organisation that elected members would sit on a assessment, I didn't get the words correct, a long list, a skills matrix, a short list, an interview and a recommendation of staff? Would that be normal practice?
Through the chair, it's normal practice where roles are supporting functions that the people involved in those functions are involved in some way in the recruitment process.
I'll go to Councillor Foy questions.
I guess for me it's not a question, so should I just leave my...
Wait for debate?
Yes.
Councillor Halkett, how do we do question? Debate?
Yeah, debate.
Are there any other comments from staff that you'd like to clarify? Sorry, Chair Ward, questions.
Yeah, I just had a question. Bearing in mind this has nothing to do with community boards, I'd just like to ask this council. We're at the cold face of our communities, and excuse me, and this has been a very hot, contentious issue within the community. I've had numerous phone calls and been stopped many a time in the supermarket and the street over this issue, and I just feel, comms-wise, the council not feel that they had some duty of care to us as elected members to actually give us a heads up as to what was going on, because I had no idea for quite some time. And it has been and still is a very talked about topic within the community. So I think the way in which this is managed or has been mismanaged, I think there does need to be some questions answered, and I haven't discussed it with anybody other than people contacting me. So it's very difficult when you're put in a position that you can't answer your residents and ratepayers, and I just wouldn't like to see this type of behaviour continue to happen, particularly when it gets down to quite personal levels. So just wanted to...
Just a point of clarity, was that for the Chief Executive question? Because we didn't, this wasn't a governance.
I was actually asking the Mayor, but either or, I think you both have a responsibility to us as elected members.
I take note of those questions and the concerns you've raised. It was highlighted, the Chief Executive shared this on the 25th of November. I have some concerns that members' queries weren't responded to. The escalation route for members is to come to me. I am the Mayor, and I am noting that none of you have come to me for this, but noting that the Chief Executive has made this decision for these roles, I would have directed them to him, but if he wasn't responsive, I would have appreciated that being escalated to me.
Just think in response to that, then we'll go. I was waiting for an announcement comms-wise, and it was very slow.
We're going to go and move into debate. What I'd say to that, though, is that this organisation creates roles, a significant number of roles. We often have communication for group managers, but for the protection of staff themselves, we do not have a media release every time we get a new staff member part of this whānau of 450 final district council staffers to protect them. We are the public face of what that looks like. I'm just going to check in with staff if there are any responses they'd like to give before we move into debate.
Through the Chair, in response to some of the queries that Councillor Smold has raised, in terms of funding and staffing underspend, no new budget or additional ratepayer funding is required. Staffing underspends are normal on a year-to-date organisational variance, and that might be due to vacancies, recruitment timing, role changes, and they're all actively managed within our approved budgets. So this isn't a reallocation of funding decision requiring council approval. It doesn't alter the total staffing envelope which you approved through the annual plan and long-term plan. The detailed operational staffing variance reports are what SLT and the Chief Executive use to manage our personnel. They're not routinely reported to council unless there is a material risk or a budget overrun or a decision requiring council. So just to confirm, council's oversight through you is exercised through that annual plan and long-term plan, rather than involvement in individual staffing movements. In terms of staffing pressures in other parts of the organisation, it's completely possible to have staffing pressures in some areas while having underspends or vacancies in others. Like, those two things are not mutually exclusive. So we need to balance operational demand, like all of our priorities, and budget constraints right across the organisation. And in this instance, the mayoral office roles were established to address specific capability and coordination needs. And again, the creation was the decision of the Chief Executive. Just in terms of perception issues and public commentary, staff are aware of the public and social media commentary. However, perceptions alone do not indicate a governance failure or an overreaching or mispractice or a misstep in recruitment. In terms of your role, you'll want to be satisfied that processes are sound, documented, compliance, which the accompanying case that I've provided provides that information, rather than assuming that any public speculation is any speculation. And just in terms of considering this notice of motion, it's not solely about cost, because considering an external review at this point has an impact on staff that we employ, our legal wellbeing and reputational risk that council may face in doing this. And so in considering this, I just urge you to think about the holistic implications of this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move into the debate now. I have Councillor Boyd and Councillor Haruka. And Councillor Busses.
First and foremost, an office of the mayor is not unusual. And I've looked at different examples across the country, and most councils, if not all councils, have an office. So first and foremost, I think that needs to be made clear. What I see as well in our council, and we've been asking for some time, and Councillor Rakina, who had the communications portfolio in particular, we addressed the lack of ability to access staff. I don't think the public realise that we don't have access to any of the internal staff systems. Elected members do not have access to the information. So we have to ask a staff member to look at something who then comes back to us before we get a response. It's a very slow, resource-heavy process. All of the governance staff who help us with our admin are in a total, they work for the CEO in a totally different area of the council. We are not allowed into their offices. We have a total separation, and I would call it potentially a disconnect, where there's a them and then there's a us. The office of the mayor is about having a team for us, and I don't see it just as office of the mayor. I see it as a team for all elected members, and I was hopeful that we would have an elected member's office set up for us to have our team. And I'm not sure if that's still on the cards. It's our CEO's decision. But Auckland Council has this. That was an example that we've used, and I've also looked at Rotorua Council, and I would see in particular the opportunities to gain external funding, have much faster processes with communications, and also having someone in the mayor's office for comms. I think I wouldn't see that just for the mayor, that's for our whole team. So having an office for elected members, I think, would be a key opportunity for our council. And I know it's just for the mayor at this stage, and it's called the mayor's office, but a rename into elected members' office, I would welcome that, and also up resourcing for that to be our team within council would be welcome to our CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. We'll go to Councillor Hauki.
Oi, tēnā tātou. I started as a new councillor 2022, late 2022. Day one, the CEO did not, anyhow, we had no CEO for year one. Guess who picked up that workload? The mayor and the deputy mayor, as well as they picked up a lot of extra workload because of the lack of someone in that position. Even though some mahi was reallocated out, their workload went up. And I witnessed burnout several times, genuine overworking of both those two roles. In about July, August last year, we began saying to the CEO in our Te Huia meetings that I'll talk for myself. I felt that the mayor needed, and the deputy mayor, needed more support daily that they weren't entitled to get in admin support. And so even today I hear, oh, look, I've emailed Mayor Moko and he hasn't responded. And I'll say something like, I'm here on his behalf. What can I say? Whatever you want to say, I'll write it down and I'll send it back. And they feel like, oh, okay. To me, I feel that's one of our roles as well. So we started in our Te Huia meetings requesting more support for the mayor and the deputy mayor. And I stand by that. And I that's one thing. And some of the distrust that's being sown at the moment, public distrust that is sown as well. It's unusual for a mayor to get admin support, and I'm thinking, why? Why? And now we have our mayor that is the chair of the territorial authority. And so a lot of his workload has been shifted over to the deputy mayor. So, yeah, I just want you to know where that came from. For those who did attend the meetings, who bothered to attend, that's how that drive came forward. You watch in public meetings, when a question is asked, generally to anybody in the room, the mayor can answer. Why? Because he's had to have a handle on every single folder in this council. He can't just always defer to someone who may or may not be there. So he will give us the answer sometimes before the general manager, because he has had to see all of that. And I witnessed in the elections recently how the deputy mayor, who picked up a huge workload last year, and as a result, civil defence emergency management, many of the other responsibilities that she had to pick up in her role as deputy mayor. And that is the reason that she stood down from the role, because of the thin margin in her community, who didn't see her responding to them in the community while she was saving the whole of the far north. So I just wanted to say that, and kia koe e moko. Yeah, kia kaha koe, mohio, one of Moko's problems, what you see is what you get. He's a very honest person. Some people may stab him in the back, but he will always give you the courtesy to look nicely in your face and give you an answer, whereas maybe I wouldn't be so generous. So I suppose that's really what I wanted to say, is that's where that originated from. And I believe that he is the mayor. And if the next mayor, because he's only committed to 2028, and if you don't want the next mayor to have support workers, well, you can vote it out then. But I just see this as time wasted. I have blocked some very racist comments that have come to my email from people who were on community boards saying nasty things about we're stealing money. And again, I want to reiterate, these are not new positions. I have always known that there are 400 staff positions that are sometimes often not filled. But whenever anything that's, anyhow, I'll leave it there. We know. I disagree with this mischief motion. I don't believe it's about transparency. I think it's about building up a deliberate case over the next 2 years to undermine the mayor and his integrity in this role.
Point of order. Debate needs to remain respectful.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. If you can ensure that you speak to the motion.
Yeah, I certainly will. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul. I did see they stressed the Mayor was on the last training, and this is not new, and nor is a mayoral office new, so I don't support this motion. In fact, it's an idea we had, and we discussed that in the last training when we were towards the end, we were discussing what we could do better, and that was discussed amongst the councillors. So apologies to the new elected members who may not be aware of that. And that was to have an office of the mayor. They called it the office of the mayor, and it was, and we pointed at various other places, including Auckland Super City. An Auckland Super City office of the mayor, so you know, is funded by not less than 2% of its total operational cost, which is about $12 million, to put into perspective. And unlike that one, which has some political appointments on it, it's done by the mayor alone and some staff members. This is done by the CEO. So the appointment was done by the CEO following our rules there. So, and the other comment I want to make too, is looking back at it, one area we probably could have done better on, and that is making the public know of what we're actually doing. So maybe a public sort of statement in terms of what the office is there for is not there just for the mayor and the deputy mayor. You'll page 10, if you see it says support information flow between council operations and elected members. And just like the office of the mayor in Auckland, it's a wider remit. So that's why I don't support it, and I stuck to the motion there, Mr. Mayor.
I'll speak against the motion, and then in which case I'll ask for someone to speak in support of the motion. Otherwise, we'll go to the right of reply and the standing orders for the order of those speaking for and against. I'm speaking against the motion, and while I appreciate the sentiments of support shared of the mayor, this motion isn't about the merits of having an office of the mayor or not. If that was what was on the table, then I'd talk about Auckland Council, Wellington City, Christchurch City, Dunedin City, Selwyn District, South Waikato, Hamilton City, Tauranga District, Palmerston North City, Plymouth District, Rotorua Lakes District, Hutt City and Whangarei District, which I personally know have more than just an executive assistant in their respective offices of the mayor. And I'll talk about the operational support, the support to the organisation, how it will lead to strategic-led positive and financially positive outcomes for the far north. But that's not what this motion is about. This motion is about whether or not we request an independent external review of the recruitment process. The reason why I'm speaking against that is not because I don't think it could have merit, but because I think it's a slap to the face of our staff and our council organisation and their processes, which are held up across the sector, so much so that the Far North District Council is the lead council for all recruitment processes for North and Water Done Well. We have been chosen by our cousin councils to take that lead because our chief of staff and her team do it so well. I have been involved in other recruitment processes as the mayor where appropriate to do so, like for executive assistants, or I have been approached for commentary around appointments for specific positions for group managers, for example, the staff who, as the mayor, I would be working a little bit more intimately with. So I accept that there is a governance line and an operations line, but we all know that there is also a significant interchanging of that And our processes and Emma's systems within her team are designed to allow for that interchange and that step over in an appropriate way that is legal, that is compliant, that follows the tikanga that we've set up in this whare that is held up in the sector. So I do speak against this because I do think it will draw more of Emma's time away from her mahi she's doing in the setup of a new $3 billion waters company for this region to get us ahead. I think that she is already significantly under the pump with the workload that she has. And while it's an independent review, there is work that then has to go into setting that up, the terms of reference, how it will all work for that to even happen. It calls into question the very fabric of the morality of the words that we wear around our necks, the organisational values of manaakitanga, professionalism and integrity. So I'll speak this motion on the table today. With that, I'll ask for a speaker for, otherwise I'll go to right of reply. Councillor Cook.
Just very briefly, Your Worship, as one of the 3 elected members who is sitting on Northland Waters Northland Waters, that's its new name. We were in the position some time ago of having the elected members shortlist and appoint a shareholders representative group to support us. As part of that process, the chair of that committee requested an independent probity report to ensure that the public could have satisfaction that we were not using cronyism or nepotism in any of our decision making. It was transparent and above board. And I say cronyism and nepotism because some of the applicants were relatives. I'm not going to say any more than that, other than to say I found the independent review extremely comforting and will give the ratepayers a lot of comfort that a sound process was followed. There's been a lot of conversation in here around the merits of this. That is not what we're here today to debate. What we're here today to debate is whether or not having an independent probity report where elected members are directly responsible for appointments, one way or the other, is justified to satisfy transparency. And for that reason and that reason alone, I support to being Councillor Smulders' notice of vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Court. Now we'll go to Councillor Smulders for right of reply.
Colleagues, this motion is not about personalities, as in about standards. And I hear Councillor Hilda Hakiara-Harawira discuss the need, and also me and Mook will discuss the need. We're not here to discuss the need. This motion is about the process. And this process of having transparency, we can also look at Whangarei Council, where they're just got an independent review to look at one of the staff that they employed. So this is standard procedure across. We're not asking anything unique here. Councillor Foy, to your point about the team is for elected members. Yes, but that's not what
Point
it's
of order,
about.
Mr. Mayor, the members should speak directly to you and not address the members in this room.
Staff that is within the standing orders.
I don't believe that is grounds for appointment.
So I'll allow Councillor Smulders to continue. Councillor Smulders.
Oversight of integrity is that process for the governance. It's a matter of public record that the breakdown between governance expectation and employment processes in previous cases resulted in significant costs to the ratepayer. You say that we are gold standard, yet here we are having lots of employment matters before us and recently. More than $200 in compensation, $200,000 in compensation was paid out. The lessons was clear. We don't want to commit déjà vu and be coming back to that situation. If the underspend arises from unfilled operational vacancies, we must ask whether those vacancies affect service delivery. Redirecting funds from operational capacity into elective political support is a governance prioritisation decision. Therefore, it is governance role. The question that Councillor Hilliard-Hakawera said about the Mayor of Territorial Authority. I'm not quite sure what that was in relation to. However, I think it's important that we keep transparency and that we ensure independent review to confirm that, as we don't need to learn this lesson twice.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say aye.
Aye. Abstention?
Abstentions? Pardon?
Abstention.
No. Just asking for division.
Vote by division, because I know it will help the duties. Can you put up the vote by division?
Division can be called immediately after the vote, as long as it's the first thing said. And I did follow the standing rules for that process.
By division. I thought you said abstention or extension.
Abstention.
That's why I was unsure what you required. I am against. Kohepu.
Aye, against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Bauke.
For.
Councillor Court.
For.
Councillor Foy.
Against.
Councillor Hauki-Haruiga.
Kahuri.
Councillor Rakina.
Against.
Councillor Smolders.
For.
Councillor Stratford.
Kahuri.
Councillor Vucic. The motion is lost. We now move to item 6.1 on page 13. The confirmation of previous minutes for our meeting held on the 11th of December and our meeting held on the 10th of December. I will move like the presentation. I picked up a few things in our agenda. Thank you all for coming along. Thank you very much. Councillor Research. Any other members?
Sorry, what was that, Mayor?
Anything you picked up in the previous minutes?
Yes, I have a like to raise a correction to the minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's for 6.1, is it?
Item 6.1, yes.
6.1, sorry, no, I'm 7.4, sorry.
Your Worship, can I draw your attention to page 33? Councillor Kelly Stratford's name is highlighted in bold.
For them to get that under.
Thank you.
She was extra there. We wear bright colours. Anything else for the previous minutes? Then I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We're now going to go to item 7.1, which can be found on page 35 of your agenda. Committee terms of reference and membership updates. I'm going to populate this with names and info before we move it. For B, I'm populating Councillor Kelly Stratford and the committee.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
Sorry, no. Councillor Chicky Radkin and Arohanui Allen. They were a part of the original governance structure, but were omitted from the actual terms of reference when we first passed it. I'm also going to delete out the external representative as a committee member for C.
Would you like to get some explanation around why that's happened?
Yes.
Where do we do that?
I'll give an explanation.
Okay, thank you.
For D, Councillor Deputy Mayor Chicky Radkin is our representative on the Lake Omapere Trust. Over the page on E, Councillor Kelly Stratford be appointed as council's representative on the Mangawhai with the Paua Māori Reserve
Can we vote separately on part A?
On the items?
On the item.
We can vote separately on the items. Are you happy to second the whole thing? At least?
It'll just be A.
We will vote separately. You're all happy that the names we're populating in this were omitted from the original committee structure setup paper that we had, which is why we're correcting them today. The other change that we're seeing here is the removal of an external representative as a committee member for our Te Huia committee. Te Huia is going to, sorry, you've got a question or just put it in? Te Huia, following advice through local government in New Zealand and a number of meetings between Ohepu, myself, we have decided for that committee to go with an external advisor rather than having a committee member themselves, which is why I have put myself up to be the deputy for that, to oversee that committee. Te Koko still has some finalisation to happen. We'll do that for the next meeting. We haven't finalised any contracts or in terms of reference in that space, so we'll circle back to that when it needs to come back for formal adoption. We're going to open for questions because I can see there are a few questions rather than just debate. With that, I don't have. Lucky Asian's been looking around. We're going to go to Chair Ward, then Councillor Court, then Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member Coe. My question is not in relation to the appointments and the recommendation, but to the body of the report on page 39. It states under the Community Board's views, as mentioned in the report, it should consider immediately appropriate delegations. I could not find this in the report. Unless it was not this report, but another report that's not attached to this report, and also my expectations around what you consider as in the new year.
I believe the commitment to sign off a community board accords, well, here's me answering questions as well. Community board accords is going to cover off the delegation question, and that is sitting within our 100-day plan. So the clock is ticking on that one. Do you have an update, any direct update on the?
No, but
do we have an initial workshop date set locked in?
Not at this stage, but we can putting it up to that we're prepared.
Right. Then the Council Court question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just trying to get some clarity around updating the role for Te Koko. And I'm mindful we're in public meetings, I'm going to be very careful with what I say here. I was seconded onto the interview panel. We completed the interview panel. We selected an applicant. I understand an offer has been made. And I read in here that we are looking to update the role to membership rather than deputy chair position. And I was just a little surprised to read that because that's not where I felt we landed at the end of the meeting. So clearly the landscape has moved. And I'd just like some clarification on that, please.
The line can come out with Paul. Te Koko won't be, isn't on this agenda because we do need to have a further discussion.
Okay.
Councillor Boyd, questions?
No, you answered the questions to both Councillor Court and Community.
For the Te Koko panelists, we'll be having a discussion with Emma around that process and what we need to do for those next steps to wrap our heads around it before any, whatever it looks like, any updated terms of reference come back to this table to reflect that.
Thank you.
Councillor Stratford.
The agenda's going out to the community board chairs because I welcome them at Te Kukupa with speaking rights, and I commend them for considering coming on in the new year, subject to their commitments as voting and speaking. So
We have confirmed with our publications team since the first meeting that agendas will be provided to the members.
Are there any further questions? Because then we will go into debate. Councillor Akina. Debate.
So I am going to vote against Part A of the recommendation that Councillor Davina Smolders be appointed to Te Kua Committee for Strategic Māori Relationships. I am the appointed chair to Te Kuaka Te Ao Māori Standing Committee. And I've received countless concerns from Te Taitokero iwi leaders about the appointment of this member to the committee in consideration for their attendance to their sui, and to have full partnership and engagement with Te iwi Māori on that committee to do better, to bridge the gap of inequality and help achieve equitable outcomes for all who dwell within the whānau. Te Tuaka requires a shared commitment to Māori participation, respect for mātauranga Māori, and a willingness to work together, not in opposition to the kaupapa of the committee under he hakaputanga, te tiriti o Waitangi, and our current policies and frameworks which we have established within the last few years. For that reason, I truly believe that it's in the best interest of the committee, and in fact the best interest of the member concerned, that the space is created for reflection. Me whakaiti, me whakaiti, me whakaiti rawat. It's protective of the integrity of Te Kuaka, the trust of our iwi, hapu and marae partners, the cultural safety of the decision-making process, the collective reputation of this council and our CCOs. If in future there is a demonstrated tika and pono commitment to this committee, then I'm happy to revisit. At this time, I prioritise the effectiveness, integrity, me ngā rā te tangata ka kōrero mo te tika mo te pono, o ia ke e tīpaki ana i ngā putu ki roto i te tangata hore kauana huruhuru. No reira māku e ki atu i tēnei wā, I will move to vote against Part A of this recommendation on page 30.
The motion as a whole has been moved and seconded. We'll vote on each part separately.
Can we just wait for the translation from Te Reo to English to come up, please? Thank you.
It's there. It's there.
Right, it nips. Sorry, right. Okay.
Speaking for debate from any other members? Councillor Paul, then Councillor Smolders.
I didn't actually prepare for this, so I'm just going to have to wing it. I'm concerned that we set up a framework where we make value judgments. The public have democratically elected to sit at this table. Councillor Davina Smolders was the second highest polling elected councillor to sit in this room and therefore has full right, entitlement and mandate to sit here. No matter how challenging at times people may find through debate, she has that right. And I would be very uncomfortable if we were to start making calls about who could and could not sit at a committee meeting based on where our lens sat in the middle. As long as the debate is informed and respectful, every member should be included and welcomed into the fold. I'll stop at that point.
Councillor Smolders and Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak to the proposal regarding the committee membership. So earlier in the term, it was clearly stated that councillors were free to participate across committees. So on that basis, I put my name forward to sit on this committee because I believe it is important that all perspectives around the council table are represented. The Maori Strategy Committee deals with significant strategic matters affecting the whole district, including policy, relationships with iwi, and matters that ultimately come back to full council for decisions. So those issues affect every ratepayer and every community in the far north. For that reason, I believe it is important that the committee reflects the full range of elected members' views, not just one perspective. Participation from across the council table strengthens debate, it improves transparency, and ultimately leads to better decisions. My intention in being on this committee is to simply to fulfil my role as an elected member, representing my community to ensure that all matters coming through the committee are properly scrutinised before they reach the council table. For those reasons, I would prefer to remain on the committee. Committee participation is about governance contribution, not about agreement or disagreement with particular viewpoints. I will be respectful at the committee and I will look forward to being a productive member. Thank you.
I have some commentary to the motions as they, as I have moved them. Thank you. I am in support of Councillor Smolders having membership at the Te Kuaka Committee. When I set up the governance structure, I said it was a coalition of the willing, and those who are willing to be involved can be involved. And today we're seeing that there were members that were omitted from original membership onto committees, and we're correcting it today, but also that throughout this triennium, as we start to get this governance structure underway, your interests may be piqued across different work streams and you may like to join other committees, and I, as the Mayor, will welcome that. So the points made, however, around the highest polling member in this room is Councillor John Vucic. When you look at the total number of votes cast against the total number of electors eligible to cast votes for him, Councillor Vucic comes up on top, as he likes to remind me from time to time. But that's besides the point. On the commentary around making value judgments, I do agree. You're all elected members and you all have rights and privileges that come with that. At the beginning of this triennium, I set up a governance structure and made appointments based on everyone's inclinations and feedback, but also based on trust and experience in working with returning members to see them into their positions of leadership. We sounded this out together and members made decisions in this space. I understand where we're at in trying to decide whether or not we support Councillor Rakina's commentary around whether Councillor Smolders should be at the Te Kuaka level and the concerns he is raising that he is hearing from other members of that committee and working with Councillor Smolders. She has said she'll be respectful at that table. I take that for what it's worth, It's whether that respect is going to extend beyond the table into the outer reaches of how we conduct ourselves in our roles. Councillor Smulders has not earned my trust yet, and all respect, because her behaviour so far is currently being investigated for a breach of misconduct.
Point of order, Your Honour, I'm currently not under a disciplinary action or a code of conduct process.
It's unfortunate.
And you've also sent out an email saying that no one's allowed to talk about it, yet here you are.
What I'm saying is...
So you're in breach of exactly what you discussed.
And if you run for me and win, then you get to chair the meetings. I take point at that. What I'm highlighting is that Councillor Smulders should rightly sit at Te Kuaka. She's requested voting rights. She has speaking rights as a councillor at any committee. We all do. You can all attend any committee of this council. It's whether or not you have voting rights at that table. I, as Mayor, am an ex officio member of every committee, so I hold voting rights in every committee as well. The member has stated she will be respectful there in the chamber. She only stated in the chamber. I am trying to reiterate that respect needs to extend beyond the chamber, so that Councillor Rakena, in chairing his committee and bringing together a table of partners, that they can find comfort as well in having everyone as open members at that table. That is what I'm trying to highlight, and only that within my conversation. So I have moved this recommendation as outlined and populated those, and I'll leave it at that. The other member. Councillor Hauki Harawira.
I saw it as a huge development that the Te Kuaka committee was set up, and that we invited Hapuaniwi leaders that are part of Te Kahu o Taonui to sit at the table with us. And, you know, our meetings are kind of boring because we only try and achieve what we want as council. They're not coming to us for help, but they tolerate us because they see the benefit in working with us. My worry is we just don't have time for mischief. Sorry, Councillor Smulders.
Point of order.
And I want to know that.
Point of order.
I want to know.
Councillor Hauki Harawira, have a point of order, and I need to hear it.
What is it?
Let the member not to be disrespectful.
Disrespect. Exactly. That's my point. No, What I'm saying is every member on that committee and part of the working group going to be respectful to our partners? That's my question. That's my question. Is that if we are genuine in having this working relationship with Hapuaniwi, are we inviting them into a safe cultural space where they can be who they are all day long without having to change because there's one nanakia in the room who moved a motion against our mana whakahaere and our minutes? The motion was lost. But I mean, that's contrary to the what we're trying to achieve inside Te Kuaka. So I'm happy for people who want to be being part of the solution, but I'm not really keen to have our partners subjected to dumb questions, dumb reviews, dumb things, just for the sake of, and calling it transparency when it's not really. It's about undermining genuine iwi and financial partnerships that we can do together, and business partnerships, development partnerships. People aren't coming here to the council asking us for money. They're coming here and they're talking about potential development that we can do together. I don't expect anything from council. So that's my point, is that if you want this person on your committee, you have it. But in Te Kuaka, I want to know that our partners are safe and they're not going to be subjected to random nonsense questions or not NOMs on all kinds of this and sundry. Whenaro. Will our partners be safe?
You've already spoken. Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Stratford.
I haven't spoken.
Oh, sorry.
I had a procedural question, and I don't know if it's legal for Asia. The Mayor has delegated powers to establish committees and under statute, but the membership of the committees, is that a delegation to the Mayor or to the Council?
Council, I have the power to establish committees and appoint chairs. You can overturn my decisions, but...
Okay, so the delegation is to Council. So on that basis,
I checked before this meeting.
Of course. So on that basis, I know this debate is about the Te Kuaka Committee, which I'm not the chair of. I'm the chair of infrastructure. I know that Councillor Smulders is requesting to be part of the Te Kuaka Committee, but I would welcome her expertise in trying to make things affordable. Having you on the Te Koko Committee, which is the largest asset base, looks at the affordability, the cash flows, the capital works program, would have a lot of opportunities to have affordability for our district if that is a key aspiration of yours. I hear my colleague Chair Rakina about his concerns. It took us over 10 years to get our Kaitaia Airport agreement signed, and members of this chamber worked individually very hard for that. And if we're to have memberships of committees that our partners feel undermined, I would be concerned about the trust that they would have in us as an organisation. And so I hear what my fellow members are saying about that membership and undermining that trust. So if there's a mover and a seconder, I know that Councillor Smulders is requested to be on Te Kuaka, but I welcome you to be on the Infrastructure Committee instead, where you could use those skills in a different way.
The order.
Councillor Stratford.
I'm not sure how I'm going to vote, but I just want to signal that I hear Councillor Rakina's concerns and your strong statement, Akika. Yeah, I'm the type of person that likes to be on everything so that I understand what's happening at a committee level, and then, you know, once it got to council, I have all that background corridor. That's why it's good that, you know, Councillor Smulders sits on Te Kuaka. But there's been a lot of bloody out on social media, which has caused a bit of damage to relationships already. So, yeah, I'm uncertain.
Thank you. As a right of reply, we are in our first ordinary council meeting of the first year of our training. And the motion that on the table is around committee membership and appointments so that we can get on and do our mahi. I acknowledge that it is very hard to get on and do our mahi when there are raruraru, there are concerns in our community and things that are taking us away from the work that truly matters as individuals for some of us and how we feel. But just bringing us back together, I guess, to reflect on the fact that this is the start of our training and we're trying to appoint members to committees so you can get on and do mahi. In the spirit of getting on and doing mahi, I acknowledge to the members across all of these appointments that we're making, you've got a lot of mahi to do. I acknowledge the concerns that have been raised. I raised some of my own. We are all bound by an elected member's code of conduct. It probably might be helpful for myself included, all of us, to refresh ourselves on what the actual words are within that code of conduct and how we conduct ourselves so that we can live the values that are around almost everyone's necks on their lanyards of manaakitanga, professionalism and integrity. Otherwise, it is going to be a heck of a long triennium ahead of us to come. So kia kaha tātou, and I will respectfully put the vote for each section separately, but I'll put those now. That's the right of reply. So the first that we'll be voting on is A, and that's the appointment of Councillor Smulders to Te Kuaka Committee for Strategic Māori Relationships. Vote by division. And we'll vote by division for all, just so it's helpful for the GGs. I'm in favour. Can
you come back to me, please?
Councillor Allen.
Kaore.
Councillor Bauke.
Four.
Councillor Court.
Four.
Councillor Halkett Harawira.
Kahuri.
Councillor Foy.
Kaore.
Councillor Akina.
Kahuri.
Councillor Smulders.
Four.
Councillor Stratford.
Kaore.
Councillor Visich.
I just, on principle, have to say 4.
There is 5 all, and I will not use my casting vote. Koheku.
Yeah, I shouldn't have waited. Because I campaigned as a Māori ward councillor, I feel really obligated. But I also campaigned on supporting our mayor, so in this instance, I am voting for to support our kahika's decision.
Okay, that has passed. We'll go to B. Councillors Allen and Deputy Mayor Radkin to Te Kukupa. Is there going to be any issues with the rest from members, or can I move them all together? I don't want to single out Councillor Smulders for that one, but just in the interest of us getting through the motion, I'll vote on B through to F.
Can I get clarification on C, because it actually says in the agenda that there will be an external representative as a committee member, and before you mentioned that it will now be a independent advisory on an ad hoc as need basis. Can you just flesh that out one more time, please? So we're voting on that's been taken out. There we go.
Just updating the
Right.
wording. So
Please update. Thank you.
What's been moved and seconded is for us to update the roles on Tuesday.
Would you like them to be separated?
No, I just noticed that C was incorrect, but it's now been updated on the board, not as per the agenda. So I've now...
Including, can you scroll down? There's also a G in that one. Deputy Mayor Radkin to...
Deputy...
Oh, sorry, if G was Councillor Stratford to the Koikua Committee for Council Controlled Organisations. All those in favour said aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed? Abstentions? That has carried. We are now going to, I believe lunch is almost here, but we've been sitting for, I think we can do one more. Let's go to item 7.
Noted that I oppose C only, since you bulked them, and I didn't want everybody to go through them individually. Everything else I are for, C. Thank you. Kia ora.
I'm going to go to item 7.2, which is under separate cover. Your additional paper, and it is on page 4 of your paper. I just note that can we ensure that a correction is made on page 22, where the proposed school's name is spelled. I will move the motion as otherwise as recommended in the secretary. We are research. Charlie has moved to the front, so I'm going to check in with him. I will follow the format. I'll give an opening statement and speak in support of this recommendation for the speed limit changes and either putting up static or variable speed signs across 32 of our schools in the far north because we legally are required to. It is completely I'm being honest, that we are having to even consider this because of the change in the speed rules and how that came about. Acknowledge the point that this will be subsidised in accordance with our funding assistance rate, but we never would have had to have done it in any case if it wasn't for the change to the speed rules. So I'm a little bit hoo-ha around that, but that's besides the point for what's required, which ultimately is safety for our tamariki across our schools. We've got 32 schools on the list today. We have 73 schools in the district as a whole. Thankfully, those are on state highways, so we didn't have to fork up any money for the signage required for a bulk of the schools. These ones are on farm roads, so we do. But NZTA is going to perform. So thank you for the report. And if anything, we'll never will know, but who knows what's the cost of a life. And if it's a variable sign which costs more than a static sign, and that is going to save a life, they actually know. And I'm grateful that we'll never have to. So this is the motion on the table and it's going to cost money. So I'm talking in favour. Councillor Research.
You've said it all, Mr. Mayor.
Chair Ward, then Chair McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. I sought feedback from my board members who know their backyards better than myself, and I have the following to comment on. Opua School does not appear to be on the list and should be in the 30th case on Franklin Street. Through these in order, 5.10 on page 20. Motomaku High Road is fine for 60 k's. However, Motomaku School Road should be 20 k's. Can you go to page 29? Sorry, I didn't have time to gather these together and circulate them to you all this morning. Page 29, anything for Russell for Koroaraka. Baker Street is actually good. It is supported at the 30 kilometres an hour. My Kawakawa subdivision member, Roddy Hapatipihema, had no negatives and was happy with the speed limits around all the educational facilities. I'll then move to page 39. It's 5.29. Springbank School in the Waipapa subdivision in Kirikiri. The comments on this one, the only change relevant in the Kirikiri area, and the board member has commented that they believe the existing speed limits are appropriate, but it is important to consider the surrounding environment. Springbank School is located in a rural area outside of town on a straight road that it is mostly unpopulated. Reducing the speed limit to the 30 k's, which is central Kirikiri's speed limit, would make no sense to the drivers on this road. It would be almost unenforceable in the area and would create a gap between the official speed limit and the speed that the drivers actually drive, regardless of the speed signs, creating uncertainty they believe, for the pedestrians. Aside from the speed limit, Springbank School needs to ensure that they are considering safe crossing practices for their processes, as they have been located on this road for many years. Can you forward that to you, Ian? Thank you.
Staff response.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we have commissioned an independent technical review of all of the matters, but we welcome to receive the feedback and make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's on that. So please, if you can, Chair Ward, fire that through. We'll make sure we get the appropriate responses.
Sorry, I'm going to leave. Can you check?
Okay. Well, sit back and hold on tight, people. I just hope it was all right. Okay, where are we at? Charlie. Will we carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I think I heard GC.
Through the chair. Didn't have time to consult our whole board, but I just wondered, there's a whole lot of our schools in Hokianga that don't seem to be on this list, even though they're not on the state highways. So that was one of my questions, is why is that? For example, Pangamoka, Pangaru, Matiti, Pawarina, forgive me, whānau, if I forget your school, but also Kohu Kohu as well. And then there's that. I've received a whole bunch of emails this morning from Waima Kura and also the preschool across the road. Now I really realise that those are on State Highway 12, but I just want to put that out there that our Upanuni school and our Waima school are concerns. So I'm not sure what the process is, but I want to flag that. But so just wondering why some of our schools are missing, even though they're not on state highways and presumably they're on council roads. And I just wondered if any of these, particularly the 60k ones, I guess, are actually increasing the speed limit around the schools, which would be a massive concern for me. And I did read everything and I couldn't see that. I think there's 3 questions in there.
Yeah, through you, if we can defer to Mike as our technical expert.
Can I ask my question before you answer, because it's nearly similar?
Okay.
I like the motion, but I had sort of seen discrepancies between in 10 schools. Some have already been mentioned about, anyhow. So they were Horeke, Maramaku, Motatau, Paparori, Te Hāpua, Te Kura a Iwi o Omanaia, Te Kura o Waikare, Te Rangi a Niwaniwa, Tōtara North, Waiharara. They were just given generic speed reductions, but they may not suit the area there, which made me think nobody had been to see those areas. Some don't have the benefit of drains, footpaths, but they've given a 60k limit. So I was just wondering if they could just be checked out by the board chair or the tumuaki. It doesn't mean holding it up, but just get clarification, because I know for a fact that Te Rangi a Niwaniwa want something lower than 40. It's because of the rugged road that they come around. And so those are the 10 that I'm suggesting, as well as the ones that GC and Belinda are talking about. And will we get stung in the elections if we change this and the new government says, nah, we can throw that out? And will there be a legoima about that too?
Okay, thank you, Hilda. We'll hear from staff member Mike Fox, perhaps. He may be able to some of that.
So one aspect, we've done 2 rounds of this, so this is the second year of these things. So Upua School was in the first one, as are the other schools. So we have got a range of schools that we've already treated in year 1 of this program, and this is the year 2. So that's why we've got not all of our schools on this list. So this should be the be-all and end-all, as it were. For our other questions, so the schools that are not included, the various speed limits that they've basically been, the speed limits have been set by us, obviously looking at what the current sort of driver behaviour through the area is, as well as the general, what they consider safe for that environment, based on their estimation as safety engineers. But that's where they come up with those. They have been out to the sites and things that we have. Also, the schools that we have, there are quite strict rules around what we can and cannot do in terms of NZTA rules. So we basically just complied with their rule that we have to. But for example, we couldn't do 20 haters anywhere because 30 is the lowest they currently allow under that. So we've had to set these limits in compliance with NZTA's rules. What else?
Just wondering about state highways. Do we have any influence, or do you have any influence on that? Particularly with regard to Waimā and Okanoni.
They did bring it up with us, but they didn't actually. They were more interested in anything, our streets around them, basically. So what they didn't really, they told us what they were doing, basically, and then they did their own process, which is similar to this. For most schools, they always would be the controlling authorities for those roads.
Has that decision been made?
I believe they've done all their work. They've done it all as of about December, I believe. So I think they've done it with us.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We're just going to take a short adjournment for a matter. So we'll resume back online. If we can have the live stream stopped, please. We'll resume we'll have lunch and we'll resume at 1:45. Thank you, everybody.
Chair, I still on item 7.2, speed limit changes excluded, setting of speed limit, scroll 2020. And I am ready to thank anyone else in the speaking order. We're going over to Charlie. Good job.
Mr. Chair, just following the adjournment, we had a couple of technical queries that we've spoken, and if I can ask Mike Fox to please speak to that.
There's two categories of schools basically set out in the legislation. Category 1 is more or less the urban schools, where there was paid lower, and the kids tend to walk to school as opposed to taking buses and cars and things like that. So it's a higher risk travel environment. So therefore, in those ones, we're mandated to basically put in a 30-kilometre-an-hour limit. Then there's category 2, which is probably a lot of the schools, schools, and they have higher speed limits typically than the 50 k's outside the school. And most of the children won't. Most of all of them won't walk to school. They'll try to get picked up by buses or by parents. So that underpins, I suppose, what we're allowed to actually do for each site. So there's a reasonably specifically set out rules around that. Similarly, with how far from the entrances and things they go, there's a requirement for I think it's 600 metres in the category 2 in the rural areas and 300 metres in the urban areas from any gateway to the school. And we just
Charlie, that was that. Thanks, Mike. And further to this, I guess what we've been required to do by NZTA is apply rules to categorise the schools. So we don't really have any discretion in terms of the speed limits which are being applied. So prior to the adjournment, we had some queries. Can we change what's happening? The technical analysis that's being done is looking at traffic patterns at the moment, the speeds that cars are travelling relative to what's in place, and that's also informing a decision on whether it's a static sign or whether it's an electronic sign. But in essence, we're being mandated to make these changes. There's no wriggle room in the rules that are being applied. We're just being asked to apply them. The homework that we've done will be shared following council approval, will be shared to NZTA, and they'll be marking our homework in that regard. So if it's not what they're expecting, they'll send it back and ask us to do it again, I expect. They're just wanting to get confidence that we've done our due diligence as a part of that process, and they'll sign it off. Following that as well, I'd just like to note that we will be, following council approval, making sure that there's comms ready to go once we get confirmation from NZTA to advise the community of the changes that will be coming up.
Any further questions?
Just on the staff assessment, through you, the Chair, to Charlie, the funding for the project of $870,000, is that still approved and online and progressing as it should be?
Through the Chair, yes, the funding is available. The majority, 71%, is funded by NZTA. The remainder is drawn from our low cost, low risk budget, so that is available for this exercise.
Thank you.
There are no further questions. Councillor Balke.
Thing around comms, can we just make sure when we do comms, it's probably a good idea just to, the public's obviously going to be like, oh my God, they're changing the speed limits again at council. Can we just be really clear that it was not our own personal decision to do that, that it was a central government decision and we have to comply?
In line with those comms, because we have a list of 33 schools, is it, that are on here, noting that we've got 73 schools in total. Those that sit on state highways solely, NZTA is the consenting authority, so they make decisions around the signage and the costs associated with such. But we also have schools that have already been captured in previous tranches of speed reviews. And the one that comes to mind, because I'm more familiar with it, is School of Mitimiti, Te Kura o Mātihitihe. That's not on this list because it already has the static signs that are up and compliant with the legislation. And there'll be other schools across the district when we communicate that we we'll be putting signage in for schools. Of course, our communities are going to go, why is my school not on there? So there will need to be commentary around the difference between those that have already been captured in previous speed changes and have had and those that fall under NZTA and will be either captured by them now or already have been. I'll move into debate now on whether you will be voting for or against this as such. So I'm going to move Councillor Vucic as the seconder. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion? We'll put the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions?
Abstain, thank you.
Sorry, was that pending all the extra things that were noted previous? You know, that we wanted, I asked that 10 schools be just checked and then there were other names given.
Sure, we can
Please, thank you.
And we'll just report a note to that effect as well.
Thank you. That has been carried. We are now going to move to item 8.3, which is back in our original agenda, which is committee and joint committee minutes on page 77. Item 8.3. The recommendation is that Council receive the report committee and joint committee minutes and include the list of committees and joint committees that have been captured by this report. The online version and electronic versions have hyperlinks to those minutes that I'm sure you've all perused.
Just a couple of didn't work.
Thank you. If we can for the minute such ensure that the hyperlinks are working for those. I will move though if I could get a second this. Councillor Stratford.
Oh, nothing to say.
Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to raise a correction to the minutes relating to the discussion on the councillor remuneration for the 25-28 triennium. If we cast our minds back to the meeting and we look at the reviews on the video recording, there were 3 separate remuneration proposals discussed during that debate.
Sorry, member, I'll just ask you to clarify which minutes for this item you're referring to from which committee.
7.4.
This is item 8.3.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
If you could put the concerns for the minutes, we've already accepted those minutes. So you can put them across the Democracy Services will follow up. But we'll just finish off this item on 8.3. Councillor Boyd.
Just in terms of Te Koko, we've had feedback that the audio was really bad for the hui. Previously, I've already asked if we could have better audio units installed at Te Ahu so that when we have meetings up there, we can have proper audio available, and so it's not dropping in and out, which it keeps doing for the Te Huku Community Board all the time. I've had asked for that for 3 years, so I'll carry on asking, and I don't know if it's going to be a KPI for our CEO or not, but it still hasn't been done. But in terms of our hui at the Tuna Centre, that's going to be an ongoing commitment in terms of a venue. And it's probably an issue as well for the community board. That probably needs to be addressed at that venue also. I don't know if there's some sort of trolley or some sort of other option, but this little spinning thing didn't seem to have the audio necessary, and we might need like headphones or just an improvement of that.
I'll ask Charlie to speak to this because my understanding staff getting us, if you've been in the new Te Iwitahi Civic Centre in Whangarei, you'll note that they've got microphones where you push the button and it will create a speaking order and the light will change. That then interfaces directly with their live streaming unit. my understanding is that that could be picked up and taken wherever required, but I'll ask Charlie to comment on that or what's being done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recently at the elected member steering group for North Water Dunwell and Whangarei, we were quite impressed with the technology in the chambers there in terms of having individual microphones and things. So I'm looking at options with the team currently about how we can improve the audio quality further, and I'll expand that remit to look at other centres so that we can have a conversation with the Chief Executive about in that space.
Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Smulders. You had raised a query about the minutes themselves, not the ones on this item.
Yeah, it was 7.4 within the 6.1. We're doing it in a different order. So
7.
We get to that one. 7.1.
We've already done it.
That will have can you just follow that up with Democracy Services, and if a correction is required, it will come to our next meeting. I will put the motion 8.3 that we received the report on committee and joint committee minutes. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. We're now going to go to item 8.4, the annual report on dog control. The recommendation that we received the thoughts in our paper. If I could get a member. And the second thing. Councillor Research. Councillor Stratford.
This is a requirement in the legislation for us to have this report, and this is probably the second time in the last few years that it's appeared on a council agenda. Often it just gets published online and sent straight to whoever it is that it goes to. So it's good that it's come across this table, given the significant number of issues that we've been experiencing with the number of dogs out there actually, and the number of irresponsible dog owners. We're in a dog crisis, as this report indicates. If you compare it side by side by the others that are on the website, there's a significant crisis of uncontrolled dog, irresponsible dog owners. So, I support receiving this report.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
Nothing really there. Just one real quick comment. Something that worked really well was I ran into a group of people and a group of dogs in Moriki, all under leash by the way and under control, and they started saying, you must come on Saturday because council is doing I think it was called slip and chip, whatever, chip drive, and it went really well in sort of a remote rural area. Yeah, nice. Started maybe. That was a really good program. That's all I have to comment. I definitely see your report. I support it. Thank you.
Are you happy to respond to where we're at with snip and chip programs?
Thank you, Kahiga. I will refer to my subject matter expert, Mike McMurtry, who is joining us online today.
May go down quite well given what's actually been happening lately on this.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, we are running a desexing program at the moment in conjunction with SPCA, which essentially mirrors the old snip and chip program. People can get in contact with the animal management team, and they will talk them through how to take advantage of that. I don't have the number on top of me at the moment as to how many we've given out, but it was in the double digits last I heard.
Thank you. And that was a birdie or eagle with your
It actually flew into the sand dune, but we won't talk about that.
And we're going to stick on topic. Are there any questions for Mike? All right, then I'll Councillor Foy, sorry.
That this is about the report on dog control, but given our significant number of public concerns about dogs in our district, and And in this annual report, I wanted to hear about resourcing for this area of council, and if there's an issue with the resourcing aspect, or if it's an issue with the follow-up side with our legal area about essentially having a harder stance on dogs and our follow-up as a council, because I'm not sure if it's a Dog Control Act issue or if it's our council resourcing or the legal side as to why we can't seem to get on top of the issues we have as a district.
Yes, through the chair, that's a multifaceted question. They kind of all relate, really. There is a resourcing constraint. We don't have the numbers that our partners in like Auckland, for example, who are doing some really great things. This morning, after the deputation, obviously there's an action item to put a report to this council about what resourcing constraints there are and identify those issues. So that will be coming, I think 1st of April was the date tabled for that. The legislative gaps that exist in the Dog Control Act, we've talked about them and how we support changes to the Act. With changes to the Act would give more powers to the staff, but then we need the staff to be able to enforce those powers. And then if we end up in more follow-up, then obviously we need people that can do that. So they kind of all interlink. But at the very crux of it, if we go back to what the main cause of dog control issues are, is the owners. If the owners of the dogs do what they're supposed to do under the Act, that will help sufficiently reduce some of the problems. Council's kind of the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and we're doing the best we can with what we've got, and essentially we need more ambulances. So we're working on it, and we will continue to do so.
Chair Ward.
Yeah, just not really a question on this, more of a comment really. Well, I guess there is a question on it. When the folks came out on this particular partner with XPCA, I had quite a few phone calls. The concerns were, there were several really. One was the article I think mentioned, and Mike did answer my question at the time, it mentioned Kataia, Kaikohi, and it didn't mention anywhere in the Eastern Ward where you could take the dogs to, but I believe there was contact. And then there's the logistics around people getting their dogs to those vets and facilities that have been partnered with. So there's again, we're back to that whole, if you have to transport, you can't put the petrol and blah, blah, blah. So that came into it. And then it also stated, I think in that same article, that some of the part of the costs were sought through, what was the wording? Was it through the registration or something? But again, it's that what's it costing? You know, what's it costing? What's it costing the ratepayer? And I would like to see, from a community board perspective, that we get some actual flow charts of what's happening. So I'm finding it's really fragmented. Like council doing one thing, we're doing this partnership with SPCA. They're coming to us for desexing of cats and dogs, and the community's getting very frustrated with the lack of dog control and these attacks, but they're also getting frustrated with the escalating costs of the high-profile dog issue generally compounding on the ratepayer. So I think where we're at now is some clear guidelines. There's nothing to stop people coming to community boards under our community grant fund, but it's starting to drain our fund because we're getting in a position where we're getting lobbied. It should be council's BAU to gather those fees and registration fees and costs and charge and make that part of the budget that supports it. But clearly there's a massive shortfall going on here. And I just think I've just taken this opportunity, to ask, can there be a better system or way of capturing where the different buckets of money are coming from and what the true shortfall is? What is it costing the rate?
Thank you. Mike, do you have any commentary to that? Or
yes, as part of the report that I was already preparing in relation to staffing, which essentially I'm going to turn into what's been asked for this morning. Part of that is looking at what the cost of an AMO costs. That includes salary package, vehicle, and the likes of that. Our operating cost, you'll see in the annual plan what it costs the department to run. So with any additional staffing, obviously the operating cost is going to have to increase. How we recover some of that cost, we have limited means of recovering certain costs. Registration is one way. Obviously, some of the enforcement fees that are collected, some of the impounding fees, etc., come back into offset some of the operating costs. In a hypothetical world, if everybody paid their registration for the number of dogs we have, we would make in the vicinity of around $900,000. And if everybody abided by the rules, we wouldn't collect any money from any infringements or any enforcement action. So then we'd always be operating at a deficit from what we have to spend to operate versus what we can actually bring in. It's been raised a couple of times about can we have any influence on things like infringement fees, and all of those things are set through the Dog Control Act, so we don't have a lot of say in some of the fees that do come in. We only have a control over the fees and charges that are set by this council each year, and obviously some of the considerations for that are our community are going to have to pay for a number of things. Registration, we've got rates, we've got all sorts of bits and pieces, and we don't want to make the actual cost too onerous, otherwise people don't pay it. So another option is looking at what the fees are and how do we bring in things like payment plans, which is something that hopefully should be ready for next financial year, to make that and ease that burden as well. So it's work in progress, and I will include in the report that I'm doing the cost that you've asked for in terms of what it costs to operate and an AMO.
Thank you. Any further questions? Go into the debate now. Support the recommendation that we're receiving this report. Very much looking forward to the follow-up report to the first debate call that came through the petition resolution. To you and your team, like ka kaha tonu, keep at it, because you are our arm in executing the powers that we have and the responsibility we have as the Far North District Council to keep people safe in this space when it comes to dogs, and it is a high issue. But as I acknowledged before, it is a hard job to do in such a large geographic district. So there's, especially on the resourcing point, if there's further resource required, that cost comes with having a larger area to service. But I'm looking forward to that report coming to us. Is there any further commentary from members? I'll go to Councillor Stratford for a reply.
Thank you. Just on the desexing, I commend staff for pushing that initiative, but I just want to highlight how successful chip and snip days themselves are. In vulnerable communities where there isn't any public transport or assistance to get to, a centre that does the neutering, like Moira, for example, it was so successful. People would come in and you could get your dog chipped and snipped right there. And because you were there with hundreds of other people, you were learning about behaviour management with your dog, other health, concerns, how people were accessing fencing. So it was a community of people all keen to be compliant, responsible dog owners. So I hope that we will look at doing those again in the future. Just want to take the opportunity to encourage the public to, when they're in the situation of having roaming dogs, council does have cages that you can put on your land. You just don't tell others that you're doing it. But if you've got a roaming dog that keeps coming onto your property, the dog gets trapped, and then you are safely able to, call the AMOs. They can come and get the dog, and it's, going to be dealt with through the processes, and hopefully it's chipped. So if it is somebody's beloved roaming dog, they get to go through that process. Something that I heard last week at All of Government forum was we are being pushed to be more user pays. So as Member Ward has raised, this is a all the ratepayers is subsidising dog management. We do need to look again at our fees that we are able to increase, because we are in a crisis of dog control management because of irresponsible users, because of the de-sexing that wasn't able to happen during the pandemic because it wasn't an essential service. We predicted that this was going to become a bigger issue than it was back then, and we're right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. We're going to go back because I missed our community board from page 61. The recommendation is that we note the minutes from our community board in February. I'll move by Councillor Research. We'll go first to our Tahika community board, and that's held on the 9th, for the meeting held on the 9th of February, and we ask Chair Subritsky to give opening commentary and then open for questions on his minutes and carry on to a lot of community board. Chair Subritsky, kia ora.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies once again. That's twice now I've apologised to you, Mayor Moko. Just could you take my report as read? I had a couple of things to bring up. I just wanted to thank our Chief Executive for the meeting we had yesterday at Te Ahu. Extremely informative, just what we needed. That was in reference to the old warehouse building. So thank you very much, and transparency at its best. Second issue I wanted to bring up was we've already had the bad press in terms of the housing for the elderly. Please, I'm just requesting that whenever staff have dealings with these housing areas, could they please involve us? Just feedback from some of the locals that were living there was they felt isolated. They couldn't turn to anyone at that stage, and obviously their knee-jerk reaction was always going to be negative. So I'm just asking that anytime there's interaction with the elderly at these housing complexes, please could we be contacted? I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, not all community chairs, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Subritsky. Are there any questions from members on the Te Ahu Community Board minutes? Chair Subritsky. Right. Thank you for that, and noted. We'll go to our Bay of Islands Chair Board now, to her Community Board's minutes or any issues. Community Board.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to open by commenting on the fact that I have had a few complaints from the public in general about doing deputations and public forum at both community board and council and receiving absolutely no acknowledgement. So I just wanted to identify that. I think it's something we need to find a way of actually acknowledging the fact that people come, they present to us, put a lot of work and time in, and they walk away and they hand up, and it's happening at board level and at council table. So to acknowledge that it wouldn't take much to follow up to say that we hear you, we've listened to you, even if things are falling into a black hole. We had visited our local alcohol control areas, and I just wanted to comment on that excellent staff report and presentation from that staff member. It was interesting to note that the consultation process going out came back in saying open community loudly telling us that they, due to their submissions and discussions that and social media comment, that they actually didn't require an area in OPA. So that was the alcohol control area was removed schedule. So that process worked well. there's a lot of frustration at board level in trying to get a delegation to the community board in relation to the Kirikiri domain. We do have a proposal to establish an advisory group there, which we're working on, and so that I will be bringing that formally, the application to council soon. We have appointed to Te Pātakuria 2 members, Tyler Bamba and Joe Waipapa and Joe Alexander from Kirikiri. That will be with the Te Pātakuria Kirikiri Waipapa Spatial Plan implementation. They will be going on the steering group. And to note, item 7.7, that's our communities wish list for the LTP, so take a good look at it. We were told to put 10 things up. We prioritised 11 there, and we have many more, as I'm sure you can imagine. So I think we have confidence that we can make some of those fly through the process. If not with council ourselves, I'm sure we can make things happen. So there's some pretty exciting stuff in there. And just our secretarial note really at the end of our meeting was to really love to move quickly on getting a footpath maintenance and particularly a renewals list. We find footpaths are being renewed that don't particularly need to be renewed, and we've got other areas that seriously do with replacing. So just because a budget's due doesn't necessarily mean that the job needs to be done, and we'd like to look at reallocating those. But because we don't have a list of renewals, we can't actually give feedback on that and have them put into spending that ratepayer dollar more constructively.
Are there any questions for Chair Ward or staff on the minutes or what's been raised? Councillor Foy.
Just on the spatial plan implementation steering group, there's an interrelationship between the town centre planning and the CBD transport links, and I can see you've got 2 members of your committee there appointed. I just wanted to raise that we have a standing item at our infrastructure committee. So I'm not sure if those are the 2 people from your board that you'd like to be involved in that, and I just wanted to highlight to you that we're doing that so that your board knows, because you weren't at the last infrastructure committee meeting. So maybe you can take that offline and we can ensure that you have input into that. Your board is aware.
Fine. We'll move on. Sorry, just the acknowledgement and the follow-up post-public forum and deputations is something that we as a council have previously captured within our action list. Our action list is going to be a part of our operational briefings. It might be helpful as community board chairs, you'll be a part of our operational briefings that will be live streamed. But if your respective action items also inform a part of what that looks like when GMs are reporting back on their teams and the follow-up in that space rather than it sitting in the formal council meeting, that might be a way forward that can be captured too. And I believe we have our first operational briefing early next year. So anyway, in any case, I can see a way there that we can capture that, so that'll be great. We'll move on to our Kaikoura Community Board, who held their meeting on the 11th of February, and I'll pass over to the Chair, Jessie McVeigh, to speak to her minutes or to any other issues from her Community Board.
Oh, kia ora koutou. I think you can take the report as read. We've had 2 great public events in Hokianga since we met last time. One was at Mangungu. Many of you were there. That was just an amazing historical event that just gets more and more powerful every time. And also the Waimaku West Fest, which was last weekend, that went off really, really well. And the community there took the opportunity to create a petition and get a large amount of signatures They really want that public toilet, please, whānau, which is also on our list of top 11 wishes as well that you guys will all memorise pretty soon. So really love to move that forward. Speaking of toilets, wastewater is always a hot topic over our way, but the good news for us is that our community liaison groups are doing really well and progressing with wastewater. So I just want to let everybody know that and flag that, even though I realise that wastewater and drinking water are moving to the new CCO, there's some time in between now and then, and there's still work to be done, and we're still really looking forward to everyone's support, both in the meantime and in the transition to that CCO. Another hot topic is people love getting my reports about which roads are, and then they tell me all of the problems that haven't been fixed on social media. So they're very much looking forward to having regular maintenance on the vegetation that fell aside on some contracts. So I think that that's hopefully being resolved now, but really looking forward to the new contracts coming on the July 1st, and also to have everything regularly maintained between now and then. And the new ways that roading is, the contractor's going to ensure great service to us, and again we look forward to having the footpath matrix come to us, because that's another hot topic, and it's about safety. These things are actually mostly about safety for our people and considered some basics. So kia koutou.
Are there any questions for Chair McVeigh or staff on her community board minutes or issues she's raised? Right, open up for anyone to speak to the item as it's presented. Councillor
I did have a question. Your list of 11 isn't in the minutes.
I know, we were way ahead of them, and we did ours last month, but I'll send it to you. And Tahiki Road still floods. Just saying.
Is it safe to assume that came through with the last allotment?
Yes, I will part of the December meeting.
Just making sure that it's not lost on staff as we're preparing our long-term plan, what our community board's priorities are.
And you're looking confidently, nodding that that's high on your priority list.
I got a affirmative nod from Charlie, so that's good.
Up by Charlie.
All right, I'm going to move the item. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Bless you. I'm going to now move a resolution to exclude the public, that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. Item 9.1, confirmation of previous minutes. 9.2, voting maintenance and renewals contract awards. And 9.3, contract extension. And that community board chairs and our kaya material to remain in meetings. Any commentary? The motion, put the motion, all those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. The vote will be confirmation and the live stream has been suspended, and if any staff not required for the PX sections and items Thank you and welcome back. In the public excluded section of our council meeting, we had 3 items in our previous minutes. Road maintenance and renewals contract award and a contract extension. Those will remain in public exclusion for commercial sensitivity purposes, but once those are finalised, council will have a communications package to go out to inform the people of the whānau of what was decided there. With that, I will close us off with karakia. Ko te tapu o ngā kōrero ka irihia ki ngā whātu e tō tātou whare ki ngā kupo mahara haumi e hui e. Thank you.